years I sacrificed for this. Cause all of the years I nearly almost lost my life for this. I'm better with pressure, the weight on my chest ain't nothing to stress. A test of the best, I'm counting my blessings while giving them hell. Let's wait to see just who prevails. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Yeah. Look at the grind, this type of hustle is hard to find. Look at the time, all of my winning is stacking the passion of living the prime. I do not mind it, giving them L's, right on their tail. The question is if you gon' pass or fail. I need a ring that blings and shines, full of them diamonds, leaving you blinded. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. I gotta go get mine. I think it's about that time. I think it's about that time. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. Locked in, turn me up. Only thing we're focused on now is bringing us home to dub. I'm locked in, turn me up. Focused on now is bringing us home to dub.
It's close enough to feel, but far enough to fade. The steps I take to close this space. What I believe, the more I get a world away. The whispers I hear keep me in place. The steps I take to close this space.
And I swear I wanted it that way, till I saw a way out with you. And I don't know why, but I know it's true. I want a way out with you. Does the reason have to be the proof? Guess I don't know both, but I'm sure enough to fake.
Darkness can never
this can never kill.
大家好，我是帕芬奈，我今天要教古里，新年快乐，恭喜发财，红包拿来。
哦，again，
恭喜发财。
恭喜发财。
哦 ，good， 红包拿来。
红包拿来。
哎 ，good，
恭喜发财，红包啊，OK，
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财，
红包拿来。
紅包拿來，恭喜發財，紅包拿來。
You can say chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm mới.
Năm mới.
Yes. Vạn sự như ý.
Vạn sự như ý.
Như ý.
Như ý.
Yeah. Như ý. Ý. Vạn sự như ý.
Vạn sự như ý.
Yeah.
Chúc mừng năm mới. Vạn sự như ý.
Yes. Go.
It's easy. Only 2 words. Buone. Feste.
Feste.
Yeah. Now you put it together
Uh-huh.
and you say it.
Buone feste. 翔さん、明けましておめでとう。
明けましておめでとう。日语也行啊，我也会啊。Happy New Year's in Korean. You can say 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Yeah, that's perfect. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Yeah. In Việt Nam say chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới. Chúc mừng năm mới. Yeah. Chúc mừng năm mới. Yeah. 恭喜发财。恭喜发财。
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财。
恭喜发财，
对。Yeah. 恭喜发财。
恭喜发财，an khang
NK
thịnh vượng,
thịnh vượng.
an khang thịnh vượng,
an khang thịnh vượng.
an khang thịnh vượng.
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chủ lấy tức sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ở đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改正是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになってたと思うんで楽しい。
确实上路有点爽，他团战后面有点游龙，现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家中费会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mà gọi trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦ってたけど今20分に上がるパロンが今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发变形。
新しいリチベイみたいなやつありますよ。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
前 ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたのでなんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes.
Please read the patch note before you play.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người và người muốn lâu nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua game và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm. Như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình. Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại. Người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng.
まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なのでそういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど全然そんなことはなくて僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。
他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
darkness can never holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got pride in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our century. All to carry, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the highway. Your faith in there is alive. The darkness can never cast. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the highway. Your faith in there is alive. The darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the highway. Your faith in there is alive. The darkness can never cast. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the highway. Your faith in there is Oh, there is a light. The darkness can never kill. Lately, I've been lost in the daydream. Was that coming? But maybe need a break from myself. Lazy, cut the ties for my safety. Free from habits that make me leave them all on the shelf. When I close my eyes, I am floating. I can feel myself standing tall. When I reach for the light that surrounds me, I can see I'm a part of it. Part of it all. I'm a part of it all. I'm a part of it all. Yeah,
Ahoy and welcome back, gamers across the land. It is another night here at the LCP. My name is Pike. I'm joined with the ever beautiful Carrix on tonight's cast. Carrix, we have got such a big series for the knockout stage right now. Are you as excited as I am?
I think I am, because as you said, it is an absolute banger. Relove DCG have looked so good all split, and Ground Zero have been blowing people's expectations away with how they played the last few weeks.
Two teams really ready to fight it out. Yes, it's an elimination bracket, so the losing team will go down to stay in the running to take on some more teams. But still, the winner goes forth and has the chance to make their way to first team. But let's look at our first team and let's take a look at GZ and what this team's putting together. Talk me through it, Carrix.
This is a team that just has leveled up as the split has gone on. And now they've come to this really disciplined 5-man squad. Ejang, Husha, Jimian, Shun, and Orca. They play off each other with perfection. And that's what I think gives them so much strength, is every player knows exactly where they're meant to be at every moment of the game.
I think they can be also determined as like scrappy, like they love to play in these sort of nitty-gritty fights. I think GZ are the most dangerous when the game gets messy, and that is such a scary thing when they can disrupt a lot of other teams. And that other team that I'm talking about has to be Relove Deep Sea Gamer. These guys are feeling fierce. Like, look at this, Florian, Pop9, Hongsu, Fang. Oh, the lineup just gets worse. This team is fierce, and I know you have some thoughts on them.
I really do. I think this team no one knew where to place them, but they proved themselves as one of the strongest teams in the LCP, if not the strongest, finishing second on the ladder. This is sort of their first step out for the playoffs, and I'm really excited to see it. I think Hongshu is someone to really watch, has been a massive carry mid laner, doing exactly what's needed in every single draft.
That's it. I think you talk about Hongshu as this star mid laner that is up against Jimian too on the other side, and we've seen Jimian rise, we've seen him fall, so this is where we're going to start seeing some really clean counter matchups that might come out, but we can't ignore Pop9, who I think is one of the aggressive junglers in the whole of the LCP. Let's take a look at these two dynamic duos, Pop9 versus Husha in the jungle matchup. Now already, you can actually see they're very evenly matched, but it is just Pop9 that is a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more unique champion pool, and they have a little bit more flexibility.
And I think the stat here that really tells you everything is that kill participation. Husha at 74% kill participation for his team. Where he goes, Ground Zero follows. And this is going to be the matchup that determines how this series goes. Which team comes out on top is going to be which jungler can get in the other's head. And I'm really, really excited to see it, Pike.
Look, and there's more stats again. I love more stats. This is the best part of it, Carrix, because it shows even more flexibility. And you're so right. You talked about Husha is this sort of navigator in enabling the team, but it's not just that. Solo kills. It is the advantage early. Yes, the gold at 10 minutes isn't that great in comparison to other junglers, but that just tells me he plays for the team. He's playing for these 2-on-1s, these 2v2s, and he's making it successful. So, Carrix, are we going to be seeing a little bit of mid-jungle synergy going through for the side of GZ? Or do you think we're just going to see Pop9 maybe just start to take over these games and control the rest?
Well, I think mid-jungle synergy is the name of the game here. Jimian, I think he's going to be put to the test by Hongshu. It's going to be how he links up with the jungler, how they play around each other, and particularly how they get down to that bot lane. Something we haven't really talked about, but Xiao Si has been a real star so far. He's had like blitzcrank games and stuff where he's just put the whole team on his back. And Pike, I'm just so excited to see what the coaches have cooked up here.
Look, and that's it. Like, we haven't even talked about the bot. I was going to be saving that for the game because I know Xiaoxi's got a couple little fun picks, a bit of meta spicing that we've got to work with. But at the same time, I think there's so much in this meta for these two teams that they can work around. They love to play as a core, but I think GZ loves those scrappy fights. They like to be at the objectives early. They're like pushing the tempo. We'll have to see if Deep Cross Gaming is going to be able to do just a little bit more with it. But still, I am just excited to see these two teams get underway. Carrix, I know you're keen. Let's just get this show under row and punch it to the sky. It's that time again. It is another night, the final night of the week. Playoffs looking good, Carrix. It's ground zero versus Relove Deep Cross Gaming. Oh, we had a little breakdown. We talked about it off air, but let's have a quick chat about these predictions, about what we expect to see tonight. I know you've got some interesting, spicy picks for us.
Well, I think the interesting thing is we're moving on to this new patch in the playoffs. We're on 28.3. With that, a few of the priority changes. The Jace falls out a little bit. We'll have to come back to it, though, as our players are joining us on the stage.
These guys are looking strong. No awkward fist bumps tonight. It is Ijung, Lauren as well, getting out onto the stage. I am ready to see these guys go head-to-head in that top side. I'm expecting some bruises. I want to see the Ambessa up there potentially. I want to see a lot going on. Husha, Pop 9. This is the focal point of these two teams. We will be watching the jungle a lot this series, Carrix.
Oh, we absolutely will. And these two men that walk out now, Jimmy and Hongshu. Hongshu in particular, that Yone has been absolutely unstoppable, and it effectively blocks Azir out. GZ have realized if you pick Azir and you have if the enemy picks Azir and you have a capable Yone player, you shut them out of the game.
Look, and I don't want to see that. I do love a bit of Yone gameplay, though. They will get me going just as much. But still, AD carries walking out onto the board too. Finally, it is going to be our supports, the heart and soul of these teams, looking to keep their teams looking fierce. Orca and Xiaoxi looking strong as, yes, the fist bump is good. Thank you, lads. You're looking fierce. But now, teams around. They're getting ready to go. Again, I wanted to talk about predictions for tonight. What do you think the final score is going to be for this series while our coaches are walking out?
I think it's hard to predict, honestly. This is something that you sometimes get in these playoffs where teams skip around. They can sometimes come out looking a little bit rusty, not quite as practiced, or they can come out and you see the extra few days of scrims and practice really in effect, and they've leveled up even more. If I had to guess, I'm taking Relove DCG 3-1. What about you, Pi?
Look, I love that score. I'm going to throw a little bit of sand into the blender potentially. I think Ground Zero has this. I think they've got the goods. I think they know what they want. I think it's going to be a 3-1 to GZ. It's a big call, I know, and I love that we're on different sides. So I'm excited to see what it is. Oh, let's just take a second to take in this holy air that we are in, Carrix, because these teams are getting ready to go. GZ coach is feeling fierce. I know he's got something up his sleeve. He's been chatting with the lads. And like you said too, they've been scrimming, they've been playing a little bit of extra. They've been watching the meta of these other teams on the board. Even last night, you can take away a lot of information from what we saw. Now, they have to bring it to the stage.
And that's what's so interesting is where the read's going to be. I think this game 1 draft will tell us a huge amount about where the teams think the focus is. We think it's the jungle and the mid. They might disagree. I think in other matchups we've seen the ADC role getting really, really prioritized in draft.
Well, it comes down to it, right? It's like there's so many different and strong AD carries at the moment. They're all mid to late game scaling, and we know Deep Cross Gaming is very much about the mid to late game. They love to play for these 5v5 sort of situations around objectives, and they've shown such competency in doing so. So I'm keen to see what they're going to be doing. That opens up things like the Sivir, Aphelios. Varus is still so highly sought after, but it's always permabanned. Are there any other AD characters you think might be the highlight or the stars of the show we could see as we get into our first draft? Azir, Nico, and Ebessa off the board.
As you pointed out a few, but I do think going a little bit deeper into the pool, Feng is one of the only players that's actually brought out the Xayah. This is a champion that I think there's been spots for in so many different drafts where heavy single target engage is brought out. Vi is super high priority in this matchup. Xayah needs to come out, and if Feng is sort of remembering that the champion exists, I think that's really good for DCG.
No, yeah, honestly, took the words out of my mouth. I think that Xayah is such a staple pick. I think it's one of those champions, especially paired with the likes of a Rakan, or even a strong engage like a Rel, Nautilus too. They can get so much agency from baiting in people trying to get onto the backline with a champion like an Mbessa who's already banned, and saying, sorry, Featherstorm, in the way, you're not getting close to me. But Rumble, Xin Zhao are final bans as we do see Redside picking up the first champion. What would you like to see? There's so many good options already available. Malphite still hasn't been banned. We have to keep talking about it. Champion's just so good in my opinion. But now it leaves open, what do these team comps want to really achieve? We talked about DCG focusing very heavily on a team fight focus and centric team comp.
Well, the champion that draws my eye immediately is Ryze, as we still don't think, of course, Varus as well. And that was sort of the trade, I suppose, that was being set up, is we leave the best ADC and, in my opinion, the best mid laner left after Orianna is banned out. They trade the Varus, they take the Varus side, so they're putting their faith in Feng.
Look, I love that. I think that's a great way to put it. Like, Varus is so strong at the moment. Current meta, he can just blow you up instantly, but Ryze is such an enabler. We know that these games are all about the map rotations and getting to other lanes and being a disruptor and taking those fights into a 3v2 is the gateway to go. So with Husher picking up the J4 now as well, there's the Vi and Taliyah insta-locked in. They have a game plan. They're not afraid to show it.
They 100% do, and honestly, I like where both teams are going at the moment, as sort of wishy-washy as that sounds. It's just true. I think the Taliyah into the Ryze is that sort of standard answer. I think Hongshu knows what he needs to do. He needs to be following the Ryze around. He needs to be making it happen. The Sivir would be a fantastic answer as well. Really good against the Chains of Corruption. Really good against the Vi engage. Shun set up for success here. But where I think things get dangerous is around level 6. DCG, you walk a Vi and a Taliyah at a Ryze, it's very hard to outplay.
Look, I think, I'm not arguing with that, but I do think that Ryze in of itself is, if you just leave Ryze alone, which we probably won't see, but if Jimmy is left alone for too long, he will be in the game incredibly strong, and he can just most likely take over the game as that champion. But we're heading into the second phase of bans. Alistar taken off the board. It is supports still up and top laners. So I feel like looking at Xiaoxi as well, taking away a lot of these engages and giving agency to this Varus is going to be the name of the game. What do you expect is going to be on the other side? I feel like Ejung's going to be drawing a bit of pressure here.
I do think Ejung can pull a fair bit. Ejung is a player that is super happy to take a bit of the passive role. His most played champion this split is the Sion. I don't think they want to spend like a really valuable pick on him. I think they're happy to almost let him get countered, because it doesn't not matter if he falls behind, but he is a player that's resilient enough to fall behind and still have a really strong impact in this game.
Yeah, I do agree. I feel like as well, GZ do like to think about these dragons a little bit more, but they've taken away the Blitzcrank too, so Xiaoxi, you're not allowed to pick up the big Blitzcrank. The robot himself will not be played in this game. But again, it's a fearless draft here, Carrix. Anything goes. It's only game one. All champions are available, bar the ones banned. So that's why I always love the first game. It's always so much fun because you just see the strongest of strong. A Bard being taken off. There's a lot of priority on this Bard pick, Carrix. Do you know why? Tell me about it.
Well, I think Bard has just been recognized that he plays the game in a way no other support is able to. The magical journey just allows him to be about 10 seconds ahead of the other support to every rotation. And there's no ult quite like Tempered Fate. Just able to throw that out, it lets your Ryze be in position to start being the lawnmower to get J4 on top. So I'm not too surprised to see DCG take it out. But Orca on Rel, his Magnet Storms have been electric.
A Magnet Electric Storm. You had to give me that, Carrix. That was way too good. I'm a little bit taken back by that as well. But the Poppy being hovered out here, I love this. This can be flexed top. It can be flexed support. We'll have to see where it's going to go because we do not have our top. It looks like GZ have already secured. They wanted the counter pick top side. Let's see what they're going to put into the Renekton. So it is a Poppy support. Lockdown and Cassante makes so much sense. Sion, you talked about Ejung on it, and it could be the play.
I really like the Poppy. Poppy has been sort of this quiet achiever whenever she has been picked. She has been taking a lot of bans as well. The teams are well aware of the power of this draft. And looking at GZ's comp, there are sort of two ways to beat Poppy in my mind. You either pick no dashes, and then Poppy doesn't really do a huge amount, or you pick lots and lots and lots of dashes, so she can only stop one or two. GZ have kind of only got maybe 2 or 3 really important dashes, particularly around the engage. It's the Jarvan EQ, it's the Rel Crashdown. If Xiaoxi can position himself well, I think he's just going to keep Fang alive forever.
Look, I agree, but there's so much agency too on the other side. DCG, they've got the Vi, they've got the cease and assist. Pair that with the seismic toss and flickering it back. Then a Renekton sits on top of you. This team fight that DCG's put together is honestly very fierce, especially with Poppy being able to cancel out the Rel's engage. Even Cassante, you really got to get them low, get a little bit of poke down for direct ground zero before they can full commit to these fights. So I honestly think yes, it's the start of the game. It's only game one, but it is any team's game here. Both drafts are looking impeccable. They're looking strong. They got priority picks. They were very clear on what their identity of the team is. I'm here for it. First game, though, who's got this one in your opinion, Carrix?
I think it's so hard to call. I'm actually going to, despite my earlier prediction of DCG taking the series, I'm going to predict GZ in this one. I think they've had a game in playoffs already. I think being that little bit warmed up, the lights not being quite so bright above you is really, really valuable in a game one.
All right, look, you know what? I put GZ as my winners. I agree. I think they're just going to win the whole thing. Why not? Let's just put the big prediction out there. I think that's the best way I can do it. But no, we're in game number one, Carrix. Let's get it underway. Runes are looking pretty stock standard across the board. Vision, no hard contest, as we do know that minions do spawn just that little bit faster. So the game gets underway just a little bit more. But still, we got a game one. I do love the Ryze Taliyah matchup. Like, have you seen this all too much in your travels?
Oh, so much, honestly. I think Taliyah is one of the only champions that can match Ryze. The Weaver's Wall is analogous to that Realm Warp. And the biggest thing with Ryze, you can talk about the late game until the cows come home, and obviously we should talk about it. But where I've seen Ryze be super, super strong is coming down with the jungler, 4-man diving a bot lane tower. Taliyah kind of puts paid to that, because if you go for that and then a Weaver's Wall arrives, disaster.
Oh yeah, and we've seen some Weaver's Walls in our time that really just sort of staple up the map, but it is Jimin, it is Hongshu as well. They're going to be feeling pretty good themselves. It's the first game of the night. I think we're just going to be looking for some pretty relaxing gameplay. But Florin as well, up here, beating out Ejung, sort of to be expected in this topside matchup. Renekton does win this pretty early until a couple more items come underway.
Exactly, but this is Ejung opting into a matchup where he's not going to be super strong. He's not going to necessarily be able to control the lane. But he knows his role. His role is just to survive and be super valuable when the fights do break out. If he can get on top of Hongshu, on top of Feng, he doesn't even have to kill them. Not that Kasante can't, of course, but just all-outing them over a wall, something like that, super valuable, and that's all that GZ need from E-Jung this game.
And I feel like honestly, the major priority pick there is going to be that Poppy. If you can get this Poppy out of the team fight, it's going to be so much easier for GZ to navigate what this team wants to do. And Orca looking for a very nice early rotation, obviously giving up those goals or the quests, you might even say. But still, it's all about pressure, vision, getting some control in the game, and obviously GZ getting those first rotations. You are playing with a Sivir. They're just going to hard shove most of the time, but looks like it could be a little bit of a fight up in the top side. No, E-Jung says, I've got a shield. Let's not stress about it.
And the interesting thing to track here is that it looked like both junglers did clear up towards the top side. I think really signposting that this is going to be a bit of a quiet early game. No one, I don't think you're necessarily going to be ganking the top lane. It is just going to be a split of the Scuttle Crabs. Both junglers going to get a reset in. I'm thinking we might really be in for a good chance to have a chat for a little bit until the level 6s come in, and then everything's going to go crazy, Pike.
I love a good chat, Carrie, because this is where I shine. Now, okay, if you had to pick a favorite champion in this game to be your best friend, just one champion, and all the other ones don't like you, who would you be picking?
In this game or in League of Legends?
This game right here.
Flip back, Florin has to find his way out.
Look, Husha is looking up here. Flag and Drag is good. It is just not going to hit close enough. Florin is able to walk out. But let's get back to the best friends part.
I think I'd like to be friends with Talia. She just seems kind of chill.
Yeah. I like that.
But then that means Renekton's after me, and that's dangerous for my health.
That's true. Like, this is, one of those situations you have like 5 points to spend. One of them's your best friend and protects you. The rest of them attack you. So I might just go Renekton, honestly. Just having a cool big crocodile that can get really big. Like, that sounds like a fun friend to have. Like, I could go swimming in any water I want. He's going to be there to give me like a ride, like a boat.
Well.
We're good. That's the dream right there, if anything. I'm pretty chuffed by that. Good call, Pike. I love it. But no, game's looking pretty staple. I think, again, I'm looking forward to seeing how Shun is actually going to control this game a little bit more in this Sivir matchup. And we talked a lot about these junglers and how they're going to affect the map, but we're looking at bot for a reason, because they are able to get this quick acceleration of gold, especially as the Sivir already picking up the cull too means they are going to get those stacks online, a little bit more of a gold injection as they clear it out. I would be interested to see what the item pathing is going to be. Do you have any indication where we could be looking for?
I think it's a bit tricky to tell. One thing that is making me think is the fact that Feng has brought lethal tempo. Tells me it's not going to be that lethality poke Varus that has been really, really successful. Might be more going towards that AP on hit, trying to just get through the very, very in-your-face team comp from Ground Zero. You don't necessarily need to be super long range when your targets are a rise and a jump.
Yeah, that's so true. I think a little bit of acceleration of attack speed. Could even be looking at the Bork potentially too. Yes, the AP is looking strong, but going purely on hit is also a viable option, especially with a Kasante, especially with a J4, especially with a Rel. You want to be able to get that damage off nice and quick, but good little flick back. Nice to see E-Jung just getting that damage off. But First Dragon is up, rearing and ready to go. It is a mountain. You can see the vision is already secured. It might just be a give though, because J4's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, just a really good little timing play by DCG. Just noticed that they had enough bot lane prio, the tempo of the resets were coming in, that it was going to be Shun on the back, just grabbing that Warhammer, and just gives them a chance to say, hey, we sack maybe 15 seconds of tempo, but we spend that to get a Drake. Good stuff out of DCG, looking very rehearsed here for the first 10 or so minutes.
Look, and that's exactly what you want. It's all about that acceleration of the game, being able to get a couple little early objectives. It's a little bit of gold. Yes, it's still dead even right now, but a little mountain drag is going to give you just enough resistance that you can feel a little bit more confident in laning phase. So I'm keen to see how Xiaoxi is going to be able to utilize a little bit of that extra shield and what they can do with it. But still, again, not too much to note. Items are slowly coming on board. We do see the tier being bought for both mid laners, so it's trying to get those stacks up. Means that they want to get, good knockback into it. Shun has to be careful. Burning the cleanse this early in the game Could be another little fight coming up as they're getting nearer and nearer level 6, Carrix.
And it's sort of the worst possible time to have to burn that, but Husha having a
like
look mid.
drag, it's just too much. Harsha, very nice first blood being picked up in this mid lane 2v1.
Well, isn't that great when you're talking about accelerating a game, Pike?
Look, it's like we're driving a car or riding a crocodile in a swamp at the same time. It's going to be speed, you know? But no, I love to see it. This is going to be huge. We talked about it's these jungle matchups as well. We referenced it literally not a minute ago. Now, Husha has first blood on the board. He's going to be feeling a lot more accelerated as this game goes on.
It's just good timing there, just realizing he can walk up. Hongshu just caught out a little bit, and we'll see it in the replay. I think just shoved the wave out and then just caught resetting. Unfortunately, just something we've all fallen prey to. Yeah, he's just going to clear the wave out. He has no idea that Jarvan's there. Just the flash, the root, Jimmy plays it perfectly, and Husha benefits.
Look, and that's just a magical play right there. It's just reading the map, reading the state of the game, and now it's just alleviated a little bit more pressure across the map too. Yes, you can see there's pinging for help all on this bot side. You can see Rel is nowhere to be found. GZ want to make some more plays. They want to capitalize off this little bit of acceleration. As you see, Pop9 has already started up the Void Grubs. Why not? They could look for something, try and even catch out this Poppy.
I think what's really good here from DCG is with the cleanse being burned from Shun, while everyone was just sitting at about level 5, that cleanse goes down, and that basically screams, when you hit level 6 on the Varus, on the Vi, run bot lane, because Sivir can't do much about both of those forms of CC. She can spell shield one, you can't cleanse the other.
Yep.
And then I think the read is, okay, Husha does the right thing. He hovers around bot side, stops that play, but Pop9 sort of reads the read and goes, well, they have to hover bot side, so I'm just going to catch in topside tempo and take the grubs.
Yeah, and why not? It's always good. Another little objective on the board. Get you closer to those goals, those quests. Sorry, and now it's all about, can Pop9 start making impacts on the map? Level 7 is up online, so we do have that cease and assist ready to go. It's now, where do you use it? Where do you start putting the gold? Where do you put the money in the bank? And again, you talked about how that cleanse is already gone. It's already almost back up. So now you've got to start thinking, do we start heading bot? Because it could be a clear all the way down and there could be a play. But we don't know yet. It hasn't happened. I'm just predicting.
Both teams showing really a lot of restraint. That kill that did come in the mid lane was just very opportunistic. As I say it,
Xiao C getting flashed on again, has to flash out, taking a half health, but this is the aggression they were looking, but they took it away.
And that's a really valuable flash to burn. Oh,
Husha has no fear whatsoever. Flashes out and takes the auto attack. Husha cannot be stopped. The 2 kills of the game confirmed by the GZ jungler.
Lovely, lovely play there by Husha, and this opens it up so well. Now, Feng trapped under tower by himself. There's no Jarvan ult, but I don't think you need it against a Varus if they can shove this wave in.
And it is a Sivir. The shove is looking good. I think they just want to cancel it out. They took their kill. I think it's safer to play it smart.
I agree with you. No need to risk it at the moment. You don't want to throw Feng some gold. But let's have a look at what happened here. It was just Xiao C getting caught by the flag and drag. The W comes up too late, doesn't stop any dashes. And it's just Husha reading where he's going to be. That vision that they've used earlier. He just knows, he goes over the wall, and it's a lovely flash over the keeper's verdict.
Like, that is picture perfect, pixel perfect, you might even say, is now, again, DCG looking at the next drag, and I think it's just gone. Realm Warp is in, gets flicked back, but no, it looks like they got caught out. Fang picking up a kill, first one of the game, and Husha is going to be able to get away once again. But again, DCG now controlling the map just a little bit better and accelerating to these objectives.
That's a really big swing here for DCG. Getting the kill is nice, but getting the dragon is even more important. When you're up against a Ryze and a Sivir, you are on a clock. Getting those first 2 early dragons really, really helps you because you can just threaten win conditions constantly as these dragons continue to spawn. And that is what DCG need to be doing in this game, Mike.
And that's the gold isn't a huge difference. It is still 500 gold up for ground 0. So they have some remnants of control. It's now how do they start scaling just a little bit more into the 5v5s and making some plays. You could see the Realm Warp was the option and they tried to make the call. It just got disrupted. And it was a really nice disrupt coming out of the unraveled earth, sorry. And then it's still, how do they do a little bit more? But now, oof, the aggression. Husha is in his face. You got to be very careful there, my friend.
Husha knows that he is so much stronger right now on the Jarvan. Basically just the full boots up. Gets that upgraded smite as well as we watch. He is really calling the top of the map right now. Xiaoxi and Orca just having a little bit of fun. Don't think there's going to be any massive engage there as they are just protecting that Ryze.
Nothing too bad, but items are coming on board, and you know what? I hate to say it, but I called it. It is the Bork completed for Feng, but that's a beautiful wall. Let's see if it's going to be able to do a little bit more. There's the flick. Nice spell. Shield is going to be able to keep them alive, but no, the flash out. Shun is holding on and lives to see another day.
And that is such a good play there by Shun. Just knew exactly what he needed to flash, what he needed to cleanse, and what he needed to spell shield. And now the Weaver's Wall is down. It's going to be out of sync with the Realm Warp. There's going to be a window for GZ in about 30 seconds.
2 ultimates just for a cleanse, just for a flash. Yes, it's a 5-minute timer on that flash, but you spent quite a lot. They could look to make a little bit of a counter play. Let's just see where they're at. As we are seeing map rotations too, can see the 80 carries have moved up into the mid lane just to be able to farm a little bit easier, a little bit at ease. We do have the Realm Warp Weaver's Wall that will be available for these mid laners to be able to make some moves across the map. But again, it's actually been a fairly slow game. We're 14 minutes in and not much really has happened. It's only 2-1. It's not bloody at all. And you know what? I love that both teams are very conservative about what they're trying to do. It's more calculated, in my opinion, Carrots.
I totally agree, and this is what we want to be seeing out of these teams. One of these teams very well may be who goes over to first stand, who represents the LCP in Brazil, and we want to see controlled, planned early games. We don't want to just be scrapping and fighting in the mud and trying to out-hands our opponents. We want to be playing good, solid League of Legends, Pike.
I can confirm playing in the mud is only fun if you do have a pet crocodile to help you out with it, because that is where they thrive. They love a little bit of a muddy situation, but it's also what I said. GZ likes to get a little bit nitty-gritty and dirty with it, but they're up against the crocodile. That's the only difference. Let's see if they can play a little bit more scrappy. They've already successfully picked up those small little picks, those little 2v1s. We want to see if they can do a little bit more, as Rift Herald is where I expect the next big fight to be. And they're popping down wards. They're trying to get the team here. We don't have Cassante or Talia in this fight. TP is available for Cassante if they want to join this fight, but there's a fight going up at the top. Florin has had to use the Dominus, but the rest of the team looking for a bit more. Husha wants to contest over the Rift Herald, but now they're getting the flick back. Rift Herald's already gone. It was stolen away by Pop9. Now they look for the re-engage. Cataclysm looks good. Is it going to be enough damage? They are trying to hold on. TP's a little bit late in my opinion, but still, Xiaoxi holding them back. Good flick, but no, it's an even better spell shield. The rest of the team's here. Why are you flagging, dragging on? No one. Cease and assist comes on in. They're looking at popping it down. Realm Warp is going to be enough to save all their lives, and they get out to live another day. It's the great escape. But do they look for the re-engage? Are they going to look for the dive? They're being very cautious. They need to be careful, as if they do make one false step away from that tower, it could spell disaster. Clear it out the wave. They're starting to walk forward. No, Pop9 started taking a little bit too early. The flash stun. It's not going to get... Oh, the final shot of the arrow lands and hits its mark. They pick up the Smurf, and he's not long for this world. But still, they're trying to hop on. Ejung is low. The flick. Orca's holding on. The shields are nice. It's Deep Cross Gaming trying to hold on and destroy the side of GZ. A fight for the ages. Orca is all that's left. Shun picks up one, but he's not going to live for much longer. You need to get back to the pod, Orca, because you are about to say goodnight to the world. He's out! He's out!
Oh my word, Pike. Just as we say, we don't want to get down in the mud. We are wrestling in it.
That, I don't like mud wrestling anymore, Carrix. That was a little bit too long, a little bit too scrappy for my blood. And you know what? We said it was a slow game. It's game 1. And we were 2 for 1 kills. And Deep Cross just came and blew it out of the water.
And this starts so strangely. It's GZ going for this Rift Herald, but they've realized, oh, we can collapse on Flower. And I think there's a recognition that you're trading the objective for a kill, but the calls just don't seem to be completely in sync. Flower even gets away. He's going to rejoin the fight with TP. But now the problem was it was a huge chains of corruption out of Fang that completely blunted who should engage. But we come back to live.
Sorry, Grace, we're back in live as Shut is gone. Florin is able to pick it up. Your AD carry was just left in the dirt. It is third dragon. The Ocean Soul Point is on the pucks. Is Husha actually going to make a steal play? No, it's just too quick. Deep Cross are feeling so good. They're ready for this game. Now, Hee-Jung is locked. He's caught. He's able to go unstoppable, but he still might go down just in time to say goodnight. And unfortunately, he is picked up by Florin, and it is just looking better and better for Deep Cross Gaming.
My, Pike, where did this come from? Did the teams just get bored? It seemed like we had so much control, and now it's just biff after biff.
Flag and drag is going to hit. It's Fang trying to hold back on, but Usher says, I like 80 carries for lunch, and a great return kill. They lost the drag, but they're able to get a consolation prize. Carrix, what is going on?
Don't ask me that. How am I supposed to know? This is an absolute banger out of nowhere. The teams are not stopping. Orca is invading the enemy jungle. They know there's no vision up on this side. They know they can get this tower. And we talked about accelerating. We're just doing F1 at this point.
We're on the Mach 1. This is a whole nother sport all entirely. I thought we were playing League of Legends, not in the F1. But still, these guys are looking for big fights. Jimmy and trying to get the damage off. Florin is holding on. You might just be able to pick it up. What is going on in this game? The 2v1s, the scrappiness, and the Realm Warp to say, see you later, good chickens. But no, they could not find them, and they live again.
These Realm Warps have been doing the great escape. Jimmy and managed to play super well around this as we get a replay of the Dragon fight that we missed the start of. How does this begin? It was Ejung catching Xiaoxi, but it just gets turned around when Flower is able to enter the backline zone. Everything, and an enormous Keeper's verdict just wins them the fight. And you called it that Poppy was going to be the #1 target.
And that was exactly it. If you can get the Poppy out of the fight, you can live to fight another day. But even then, the Weaver's Wall came in and just the whole team still backing it up. It just feels like Deep Cross Gaming are on the same page. They're all picking the same target. GZ are just looking at too many different things. They're sort of going cross-eyed, looking in different directions. And they just need to start bringing it back together and finding those single picks. Because look at the gold.
The gold has fallen down to the bottom side of that graph. Such a big lead. And now the Chains of Corruption landing onto Orca. That's going to be another kill for Feng. 4 now picked up. Second item was completed even before that.
Look, and when you got a Rage Blade with a Bork, your attack speed's looking pretty good. And I've said over the years, the on-hit Varus is always superior. Yes, there's metas. Yes, you can go AP. Yes, you can go lethality. It's cheap. Yeah, I get it. I understand. But on-hit reigns supreme in my opinion. And he's showing up today in Game 1. 4-2-1. A little bit down on CS, but the impact is undeniable.
And now the question becomes, how do GZ stabilize? Because they need to enable this rise.
But still, cease and desist is going to hit. Hung Xiao is going to be here, but still, the Ghost is in play. Xiaoxi wants to join in. No, they miss everything. The flash had to be burnt, but it was for good reason. And 3 members sent topside with a TP back to mid. What is going on? It's just, the game's everywhere and nowhere at the same time here, Carrix.
It has just become seek and destroy, hide and go kill in this game. As DCG are moving everywhere, they recognize that they don't want to play a fair game against the late game Rise and Sivir. You have to give yourself as much of an advantage as possible. But with that flash and ghost burnt, okay, they didn't kill him, but maybe that's okay because in 40 seconds, we're fighting for soul.
Fighting for the soul, and you can already see GZ are so ahead of this curve. They need to have that vision priority if they're going to stand a chance. And Ocean Soul does not bode well to verse against for this GZ lineup. They could get caught out in any situation. There's no anti-heal just yet, bar Ejung with that Bramble Vest. I don't think that's going to be enough, but there's the TP. 5 members strong are making their way down to this pit. 11 seconds on the Dragon. Oh, it's honestly, either team could get this, in my opinion. Either team.
Super close. The gold lead, it's only 1.3k. That is not super significant at 23 minutes into the game. This is a close fight. It's going to come down to execution. And the man I'm watching is Jimmy. And I think this Rise decides the fate of the game.
And this is where it is. The Weaver's Wall's breaking up the fight. The flash goes forward. But no, the Poppy sends them flying once again. And it's the whole side of GC split up. Jimmy not able to hold it. They steal the Dragon away though, but they lose most of their lives. Orca is taken out. Shun is now trying to chase them down. Ejun off to the side. But no, it looks like Pop Knight's trying to re-engage in this fight. Can they get the damage off? But no, they're looking at the whole team. Shun comes in and picks it up. They're looking to take them out. But no, GC are just getting absolutely obliterated. Jimmy's trying to hold on. This is the champion that can make or break a team fight. And yes, they steal the drag and they get away with just a couple of their lives. Oh my God.
I think GZ made out like robber barons here, and it might get even better.
Come on, Ejung, you've got to do up this. But no, Shun is getting the damage. Xiaoxi, Ejung, it's the tank off. No, it's not going to be enough. Xiaoxi is going to be able to walk away with this. Wait, Orca's here. When did you join this fight? Out of nowhere, the flank came out, and now there's no mana on this Poppy. An easy pickup for Ejung.
The unsealed spellbook teleport, I think, got in there. But let's have a look at how this fight played out. It looked so good for DCG at first. This Keeper's Verdict, absolutely massive, but should spell shielded it, is able to come back in the back half of this fight. And then it's just the Rise. It's going absolutely wild. Jimmy is at full health at the back of this fight. They get that smite steal as well. That is absolutely mission critical. And now Jimmy, he's level 15, has that Rod of Ages. He is crazy strong here, full health. DCG cannot approach.
The crazy thing here as well is Ejung actually took out Fang at the start of that fight, all out in the backline. He was not in this fight at all, and that is the big part, taking out this Varus, who is the Fed member on the team. Yes, the Crocodile, who's my best friend, is strong at the 5-1 mark, but the AD carry is such a critical part of this team comp in getting the damage off. But now they're looking at Jimmy, and Weaver's Wall is used to. Caught on the wrong side, but they do cancel it out. Oh, not looking for the overstep.
Committing the Weaver's Wall, though, that is a big cooldown down for, about a minute or so now. Realm Warp is up. This is something I've been constantly tracking. Just windows where one mid laner can move and the other can't. I think it's so critical. Is Ejung and Pop9 just going to spot each other out? And what I'm looking at is Jimmy. He has the Rod of Ages. He has the Archangel Staff, and he's very, very close to that Actualizer.
Taking down that mid-tier 1 is going to open up the map a little bit more for GZ2, but the big thing, we haven't even touched on it. Not just items, not just the clock. Baron is up. These teams are so volatile in how they play. One pick means they will look at this objective. They will hunt for it. So it's now, who is the target? Who is the pick? And what is going to be the turn of the tides for these two teams? Because again, Carrick's, it's game 1, and these guys are playing like it's a game 5.
Exactly. They're playing with such urgency, such precision, and I'm really excited about it. If this is the tone that this series is going to take, then I don't care who gets the win in the end. I just want all 5 games, Pike.
Oh, look, I don't know if I'll be able to handle 5 games at this point. I'm almost burnt out after game 1. But no, I want five games too, but then my prediction will be off, and that's not good. That's not the idea that I was going for. I got to look smart for the audience out there. But still, 5 games would be kind of banger if this is the level of gameplay we're seeing. You know what I just want to say? It's nice to see that both these teams are really stepping up. They've identified that both teams have brought a lot more and enhanced over this entire split thus far, and they're pushing each team to the absolute limit. It's incredible.
I think GZ in particular, you know, a team that people were surprised when they locked playoffs, were really excited just to make playoffs. Now looking like a team that could go the whole way. Just really awesome level up to see from them. DCG though, still sitting on Soul Point, and with 35 seconds, both big objectives on the map, they can force the classic doomed if you do, doomed if you don't of Baron and Soul.
Oh, look, this is the flips that we've seen before, but I feel like if the smart play is to look at the Dragon, you need to get one more on the clock, cancel out their Soul. I said it before, Ocean Soul for the side of DCG would be so big, but it would be even bigger with 4 Ocean Souls on the side of GZ. That could spell disaster. You cannot hurt that team at that point. And with Shun on this Sivir, being able to hard shove these waves so quickly, it could just make it so much easier for them to get to these objectives first. But now, here is the big one. The Dragon is up. Who's going to pull the trigger first?
GZ have priority into the river, but the ghosts are being used. DCG just lurking around, playing the vision. They need to find Jimmy and mark him.
Oh, the crazy part here is, though, we are seeing that Rel's down to the bot side. Like, this is a flank angle for this support to actually soak up a little bit of damage, but Fang now just hitting this drag. It's a bit of a slower start. I think both teams are very cautious. Jimmy has found a Crocodile, but not in the river. It's not about, there's the flag and drag. Let's see if they get the damage off. It is a lot. Dominus is picked up. Now they're looking at the back line too. Rest of the team, they send them flying. Poppy say a little bit more, but there's the Magnet Storm. It's pulled in 3. Hongsu is able to get a lot of damage off. Pop 9 is now looking for Shun. They take them out. Fang is not able to do any more, as look at Husher pushing it at Jimmy with the double kill too. This is a Rise that has grown to the might and power that we were hoping to see. They're sending over the wall. The flick back's good.
Teleport.
The blue team stolen once again. Get out and dodge. The CC's too much, and Jimmy is being sent flying by the Weavers Wall themselves. Now it's the flash forward, misses the final Q. The seismic toss, and Jimmy's gone again. But a steal once more for GZ.
And Husha is keeping the flame alive with these steals in incredibly chaotic fights, able to hold off Soul. Yes, DCG win the fight. They're strong on the map, but they're not strong enough to go and actually take the Baron immediately. We're going to have to do this dance again, but let's look at how this one went down. It was Florin marking Jimmy and slowing his approach to the fight. They put so many resources into him. He was able to disengage with the help from the Poppy, and it was a good start with the Magnet Storm, but it wasn't good enough as they were able to just blow him up. Florin, again, escapes. He's going to rejoin the fight with the TP. And even though Jimmy is so strong, he's full health, he just couldn't get there fast enough.
Oh, look, you can already see them started up the Baron in the live action, but this is just a huge steal. Husha being very well. This CC cancel. And the knockback of the wall, those are the plays you love to see, and you go, what just happened to me there? But no, Weaver's Wall does have a knock-up. Cancelled out the Poppy. The Magnet Storm's even better. They take the Baron, though. DCG are now getting wiped to the floor as now Husha is trying to survive. Pop 9 has the GA that will be able to keep them alive, but no, Fang is doing the damage. Husha is going back in. What are you doing? But here comes Jimmy, and the rising star of this GZ lineup. And now they're looking for anything else they can get. Flag and drag over the wall. They're looking to chase. Pop 9 walking away, back up through, but you've got to get rid of as many of these Baron and Power champions as possible. Flag and drag away. Ejung is up in the top side solo. Fang picks up another kill. This tank is just not tanking, but now the Realm Whoop's good, sending it off to the side, and Jimmy is going to get out alive.
But a fight that was meant to be GZ chasing Baron buffs down ends with Jimmy escaping by the hair on his chin that is just not what GZ wanted. This game is starting to break the way of DCG, and it's frankly only the heroics of Husha that is keeping this one close.
It is honestly terrifying as Orca now caught in the wrong part of the jungle. This is not your domain anymore, Metal Horse. That is not how it works. But now, honestly, I feel like it is all on Husha Jimian right now. We're waiting still for Shun to get a couple items online. We haven't seen the impact from this Sivir that we were hoping for. Can Jimian hold the line?
If anyone can do it, it's a level 18 Rise Pike. But let's have another look at how this Baron play went down. It was DCG with the priority. GZ forced to find their way in. Once again, Keeper's Verdict buying so much space, and the W out of Shousey completely blunted the engage. Pop9 is able to live forever. You see on the side, Hongshu able to find his way away from Ejung for so long that this Cassante can't participate in the rest of the fight. But we go back to live.
Another fight, Shades of Corruption. Fang just says, night, night, J4. You're gone again. The problem I'm seeing here, though, Carrick, and correct me if I'm wrong, Fang's just been giving way too much space, in my opinion. And now, wait, hold on. No space available as Ejung's looking on the flank. The Magnet Storm's pulling them back in. Fang is the target. The damage is good. They shut them down. It's all on Shun. Able to pick up another kill this game. Now, they're looking to go for the chase. The Realm Warp up to the side. Ejung flashed on the wall, holding on to secure Hongshu. But can they get the damage off? It's a tanky Cassante, but not tanky enough in the side of DCG as the damage is good. Pop9 pops another, and now they're looking for anything they can. Jimian is low, but low enough, and he's gone to Hongshu, and Orca holding what they can. A double kill over for Florin, and a big team ace going for the side of DCG.
And what looked so disastrous, it was like they heard you. Oh, we shouldn't give Feng space? We won't. But the person that got space was Hongshu, but it was created by himself. His spacing was magnificent around Jimmy in there. He was low enough that one EQ probably cleans him up from Jimian, but he was never in range, just perfectly playing around Pop9, perfectly playing around Jimian's range.
Oh, look, Husha should not be there. That's a level 19 Croc. I would be scared of that too, but there's the Dominus looking for the dive under the tower. Great flash from Husha. Keeps him alive just a little bit longer.
My oh my, surviving by nothing. The gold lead has now ballooned out. Let's have a look at this topside play. It was a Weaver's Wall that kicked it off, but a huge flank came in. The W wasn't enough from Shousey to keep the Varus alive, but despite this, it was still DCG that came out ahead regardless. The flash of the wall from Ejung, it all looked so good, but when the fight came down to it, just a little bit too much out of Hongshu. He's just constantly safe, using that blast cone as a zoning tool, and Jimian, once again, not actually able to get rolling in the fight.
And the hardest part I'm seeing in this GZ side is they're not able to follow up with each other at the same time. You can tell by the look at that damage in the top side. Redacted is getting it done. That's my best friend right there. But no, still, even so, Shun is doing so much work in these fights. They're just dying so quickly, and there's not much you can do. And now that Ocean Soul has been confirmed for DCG, they got it while we were in replay. They're going to be so much harder to kill here, Carricks.
I think Ocean Soul is really, really damning. These fights are protracted. They're not super short fights. The regen that that's going to give in combat is exactly what DCG need. That said, if there's still anything that can come back from 7k and a Soul down, it's a Sivir and a Rise. Shun, he hasn't been having a huge amount of impact this game, and part of that is because Florin has been perfect, has constantly been on top of him, and it doesn't really matter how fed the Sivir is. If the Renekton is in melee range of you, you're not winning the fight. But if he can find space, if the Sivir can fire out those ricochets, if Jimian can access the fight, they still have a shot in this one, Pike.
What's crazy as well is we're finally seeing an actualizer on this Rise 2. The enhanced power we're going to see out of this is going to be astronomical. In fact, it's actualizing my hopes that GZ can come back into this game. Yes, we talked about the soul, but they might have a shot if they give Jimian space to breathe. But now there's a lot of control. We have a Baron up in 3 seconds, and that is the next team fight. Both sides want this one. 36 minutes into the game here, Carrix, and it's already been insane. Who will pick this? I think this next Baron will determine who wins. Poppy,
I totally agree.
The rest of the team is looking for a fight as there's the Weaver's Wall. Knockback's even better. And where do they go? Siva gets the revive with that GA, but can they hold the line a little bit more as the damage is looking good? They do pick up Shun. Hongshu is also good. The double kill gets enough. Florin is in this back line, and it's just too much. The Crocodilian can get this done. And even with the knockdown, the dominance, the CC, it's all too much for GZ. And an easy game coming out of DCG.
And both our best friends just did so much in that fight, Pike. The Talia and the Renekton, just 2 MVPs of this game.
Absolutely destructive gameplay from a game 1 of this best of 5. DCG taking it not cleanly, but with at least a whole lot of aggression and gusto, because that was a game and a half. Wow, Carrix, what? Oh, if this is game 1, this is going to be the craziest series we might watch here at the LCP.
It very well might be, and we might have to have, like, I don't know, an ambulance on hand for you if this goes to 5, because I don't know if either of us are going to be able to handle that much hype.
My doctor's going to love it, because my doctor will need to see me every 2 or 3 days, being like, oh, I better look after your voice there. And I'm like, please, doctor, I need meds. He's like, no, you're okay. I'll see you in a couple of days, mate. You'll be fine. No, honestly, GZ should not feel too bad after that game. Yes, it was a loss, but they still showed so much resistance. They held on as long as they can. By the end, it was just too much for them to handle. The gold was so level for so long, Carrix, and then it just turned its head on, and then you could just see a light switch flicks for DCG, and they said, guys, let's walk at them, and they did.
And I think what is so interesting is I said, yeah, Ejung on the Cassante, he's okay going a little bit down. He's okay just being the more passive top laner. But that might not work this series because Florin went nuts.
He really did. Like, it was absolutely huge game. And we've talked about this different topside matchup as well, where it's Cassante into the Renekton. It's usually pretty staple. You want to see the Cassante hold the line just for a little bit till they get a couple items. But this game, this was a different Crocodilian. This is a Crocodilian from the primordial age, you might even say, because they were just so aggressive. They pushed the line. They pushed every single objective they could. They were in every single fight. And they really were a standout player in this game.
They absolutely were, and I just didn't expect them to be able to fight so well, to just be constantly in the face of Shun. This Siva just did not have the impact this game because it was constantly being shut down by Renekton.
Yeah.
But, look, that said, Renekton's now gone.
Yes, that's so true. We are onto a game 2. We are looking at a whole new set of champions. They're not going to be able to do all too much, but look at Florin. Like, he should not live here. He should not live here. That is unacceptable in my opinion. That should be a dead crocodile. I should be able to make a handbag out of that. But no, they get out, they come back with a TP, and then they're like, oh, we'll make a handbag out of you. Like, I love blue Smurf handbag. Sounds pretty good to me. It was just looking way too much. And then this Baron play, I was sort of like, what is the go here? But it was looking so good until it wasn't for GZ. Yes, they lose the Baron, but they were just like, yeah, we can keep fighting. But they're broken up again. What is the communication here, Carrix? I just don't know.
I think this was where everything broke open. As you said, I think the communication was just a little bit confused. Do we collapse on Florin? Do we go for the real play? In the end, you need that one unifying voice. GZ, they've got games to find that, because this game, in the end, it looked very one-sided, but where it was really decided, it was very close.
Oh, look, and you could see there was signs of life here. Shun picking up that last little kill there. And they said, yeah, let's keep going, boys. Let's keep going. And then, look at this. They're flashing, but look, disconnected once again. Casante's way too up. Ejung pulled the trigger because he needed to, but there was no one else to fire another bullet. And then DCG just said, that's fine. We can split the fight up ourselves and just run with it. I hope this is not the narrative we're going to see for the next couple games. I want to see GZ close ranks. I want to see them play a little bit more unified, bring it closer together, and start coming up with some good wins. It's only game one though, Carrix. That's the difference.
It is only game one. We have such a long way to go. GZ have come off the back of losing game ones before. I have no doubt that they can do it again.
What do you think about the current meta?
不会到。
Where are they going, Carrix? I just don't know. They're just going somewhere and they won't tell me. Ugh!
We keep being told that they're going and they won't tell us where the destination is. Come on, let us in on the secret.
Just tell us where you're going, guys. Come on. That's all I want. One time, tell me where, tell me when. Maybe we'll find out February 26th. We'll have to wait and see. But let's go to a short break here, Carrix, because obviously that game, I need to go get more water. You need to go just like take a break, a mental load. It was all too much. We'll see you for game number 2, guys. GZ versus DCG. See you in a sec.
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chuột nó tích sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ngồi đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改动是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになってたと思うんで楽しい。
确实上路有点少，他团战后面有点游泳。 现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因為塔皮每個塔都有塔皮，
塔錢也會讓遊戲進程變快，大家裝備會成型得比較快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mặc ngoài trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的話，我覺得之前太影響遊戲了吧，因為每次到20分鐘基本上都會在那裡掛機。
20分からめっちゃ戦うんだけど、今20分に上がるパロンは今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路來說肯定是科技強啊，因為阿卡麗這樣很快能突發電信。
新しい一兵みたいなやつありました。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes.
Please read the patch notes before you play.
大家好，我是 Papa Night， 我今天要教孤立，新年快乐，恭喜发财，红包拿来。
Oh, again.
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财。
哦 ，good， 红包拿来，
红包拿来。
哎 ，good，
恭喜发财，红包啊，again，
恭喜发财。
恭喜发财，
红包拿来，
红包拿來。恭喜發財，紅包拿來。You can say chúc mừng năm mới, chúc mừng năm mới, yes, vạn sự như ý.
What's so new E? Yeah, new E. What's so new E? What's so new E? Yeah. Chuma namai. What's new E? Yes. It's easy. Only 2 words. Buone, feste. Yeah. Now you put it together and you say it.
Buone feste. 翔さん、明けましておめでとう。
明けましておめでとう。日语也行啊，我也会啊。Happy New Year's in Korean. You can say 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Yeah, that's perfect.
새해 복 많이 세요.
많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Việt Nam say chúc mừng năm mới.
chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm
mới.
Yeah.
chúc mừng năm mới.
Yeah.
恭喜发财，
恭
喜
发财，恭喜发财，
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财，
对，这样，恭喜发财，
恭喜发财，an khang thịnh vượng,
an khang thịnh vượng,
an khang thịnh vượng,
an khang thịnh vượng,
an khang thịnh vượng.
an khang thịnh vượng.
Welcome back to game number 2 of DCG versus Ground Zero. Carrix, if game 1 was any indicator of what we expect to see tonight, am I going to the hospital afterwards for like a broken voice box? I don't even know.
They might not bother to take you to the hospital. It might just be irreparable. They might just pronounce it at the scene.
I'm done. They'll say, "Still Pike, all good."
That game was just a roller coaster in the sense that you went up, it was like a really nice build, and then we just went vertical and went straight into the action. Game 2, Ground Zero have to bounce back, and they need to find a way that once the dam starts to break, it doesn't all go to hell.
Look, and it sort of felt like they were throwing, almost throwing eggs at the wall. They were throwing eggs at the wall and hoping that they could cook an omelet. But sadly, you need to put it in a pan with fire, not at a brick wall. So I feel like we want to see a little bit more consistency and cohesion from Ground Zero. GZ now second pick on blue side, so they will get the counter pick as this goes out. On the more favorable side, I feel like they might have a bit more of an interesting comp for us here, Carrix.
I think they do, and this is one thing. We shouldn't over-index into losing game 1 for Ground Zero. These coaches are prepared for having a lost draft. It's okay. Not that they necessarily lost the draft, but lost the game, of course. They can bounce back. They have everything planned out. These coaches plan around playing 5 games. GZ know how to keep cooking.
Look, again, I talked about those eggs on the wall. Maybe there's like an internal heater behind that brick wall. We don't know. We don't know the deep side of those walls. But we do know that this team will not give up. If that is one thing we know about the OS and PCS series, is that they will not stop. They will keep pushing, they will keep driving, no matter the draft, no matter the game. They do not give up, and that is what I'm excited to see here in tonight's best of 5 series. Because yes, it was only game 1. Game 2 is a whole nother game. We might be watching baseball, we could be doing anything, but no, it's League of Legends, and this is where you make or break here. Remember, loser goes down to the double elimination bracket, and they have to claw their way back from there. Does GZ want to do that? I don't think so. Does DCG want to do that? Definitely not. Both teams are showing up as we get into draft once again.
And the draft is starting exactly the same as game 1. Nico and Bessa, Azir, Oriana. No change so far. We saw in game 1, they sort of played around the Rise Varus trade. I'm curious to see what replaces that now that those champions are fearless out.
Look, we've talked about other champions before too. You mentioned the Xayah. That's obviously an obviously good option too. But Siva's now gone as well. Aphelios still rings true for me too. There are some good AD carry champions in the meta that will come into show tonight. It just depends on how they want to position it, because now that Rel's off the board too, I don't really see Misfortune being played because there's no real great champion that can pair with the Misfortune at the moment. Maybe a Rakan, if that, but again, it does take a little bit of that limiting. But Rumble left out of the ban phase, instant picked up.
And without the Cassante, the classic answer is gone. Nah, still here for Ejung, could be picked up. Sometimes is
Galio
running
top?
into this Rumble. Galio as well. Galio top, I always find really interesting. Would actually be a great early draft grab. That is a champion that Jimmian plays as well, and I always love having flexibility in my solo lanes.
No, 100%. And even with the Yanara being hovered here and locked in, it's such a strong AD carry. Again, mid to late game, give this champion some space, give it some love, and it can run away with it. It comes down to who you pair with it, and Lulu speaks true to me. Oh, Pantheon. How did we forget this champion?
True, we did sort of forget about Pantheon, one of the few sort of semi-globals left in the pool. I'd love to see that pick, but no, they pivot over to the Scion. I'm going to wait for the lock-in, because Scion being locked in here, I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like you could have picked the Pantheon and perhaps got the Scion on 3.
We don't know what these coaches are thinking, if I'm being perfectly honest, and I'm just thinking they're just like, let's just get the Scion. If we can pick it up early, they know it's a Rumble. Maybe it's they thinking it's more about the team fight. Again, Rumble Equalizer is all about the positioning of the team fight. Paired with a Corki, that is a whole lot of rockets on the map, and that is what a lot of teams should fear. Corki has been so relevant in this current meta. 28% pick rate with a really strong win rate of 10-4 out of 14 games. There's obviously a secret source there, and with another blue smurf onto the map, Trundle being hovered, that is a strong jungler that can melt through that Scion.
And this is a champion we haven't seen much of. He sometimes comes out deep in the Fearless, but in a game too, this is a very, very rehearsed draft. And I love this though. The Pillar can do so much work. If there's any confined jungle fights against a Trundle and a Rumble, you're in so much trouble.
Look, I don't mind this Ahri being hovered here, but at the same time, I'm looking at GZ draft, and I don't know how it's going to do almost anything into DCG, because DCG have got such a strong comp. Pantheon makes me feel a little bit better, because you do have the good lockdown, you do have the globals. Enabling Shun on this Yanara is going to be so important, because if Yanara can get the lead, it will spell a lot more. But that win percentage for the Pantheon's not great, 9-8 out of the game, so it has been a bit of a coin flippy sort of champion. I'd be curious to see how they want to play this one out, because, again, Pantheon is a flex champion. We're not going to see it top. I suspect it will be put in the jungle. That makes the most sense, but we have seen it support, and it can probably do a lot there.
It certainly could. I would love to see a pivot to the sport. I love when coaches pull sort of the last second switch-ups, really catch things off guard, throw spanners in the works of the opposition. Chelsea, once again, will not be getting Blitzcrank. I think that will be a staple of second-round bans this series. He has been electric on that robot. From the DCG side, I'm feeling like we also ban supports.
Oh, look, you could, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. There's the Lulu. I talked about that before. It's a really strong ban with the Yanara. You don't want to have that empowered. The Wild Growth too. Wild Growth with a Pantheon or a Scion, they're pretty big, and they can do a lot with it, especially with those shields. So I think it is going to be a supports ban. Now, Alistair still rings true for what I think is going to be banned. Nautilus, again, a really strong pick to go with the Corki. I think just taking these supports off the board is going to limit the pool. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Rakan for GZ.
That would be a really nice pickup, I think. The Rakan would give them that long-range engage, is really good at peeling something like a Trundle as well, able to get around the pillar. I'm really, really liking that pick. I think maybe it should even get banned out here.
No, but LeBlanc, so now they're looking at the mid lane. Okay, so they're definitely worried. Jimmy's been copping a lot of anger almost. They say we don't want to give Jimmy anything. They really want to give Hongshu a bit more of that priority, because he did have a really good game on that Talia. The early rotations were so strong. Now it all comes down to what they want to lock down, because they do have the counter pick for GZ. But, oh, Nami, okay, a little bit underutilized, actually incredibly strong in current meta.
Yeah, really, really powerful as well. Also, obviously, just able to constantly throw those waves. And I was talking about how DCG is setting up a composition that really wants to fight in like the tight jungle passages where they can use that equalizer, where the pillar can get massive value out of Trundle. You don't want to do that against a Nami. That actually just lets the wave get massive value. As Cassiopeia being hammered here, that would be a really exciting one. Locked in.
Oh my lord, okay, we're in for a banger game. They are going straight forward. There is no Pyke, no way. Please lock that in. That is going to be absolutely crushing because this Pyke will be all over the map. They'll be all over their face. Okay, Seraphine, that's all right too. Like, I guess, like, let's go. But Bard is really good as well. I kind of like the Bard, but give me that Pyke. That's way more fun. And still, that's okay. The cast, we have to talk about that in some length when we get into game, but we can even talk about it now because that is going to be such a strong pick. Bard being finally locked in.
I think Bard is really, really great here. You set up for the Cassiopeia as well. Bard ult lands. You put a miasma under them. There's just no escape, particularly, and that's even before you add a pillar and an equalizer, which I've talked about so many times. And now we just have to see where Jimmy wants to go. Hovering the Anivia locks it in, and he has been really, really good on this bird.
I love the bird. It's going to be soaring into your screen and into our hearts at the same time. The Anivia is just like one of those solo queue champions that no one really ever thinks about, but no one ever wants to verse either because it never gets banned. But when you verse one, it's a really bad time. Into the cast though, it's going to be a bit of an interesting story. Both have relatively good clears. It now comes down to team fight. Using that storm to disrupt a fight and giving space with those walls, I think could be a really big game changer to enable Shun and give Ejung a bit of agency to get into these fights too. One bad wall though, one bad wall here, Carrick, could spell disaster for a charging Scion.
It really could, and we saw in their last series, Jimmy on that Anivia put up a wall that just locked 5 people in his ult. It was the great wall of the LCP. If he can pull a performance like that again, I think GZ have a great chance to bring this to 1-1. But what I think is going to get in their way is DCG have a comp, and I always just call it circles on circles. They're not all circles in this case, but you just put your skills in the same place. And that's all you got to do. If they just put it all in the same spot.
It's like elongated ovals, you might even say, is what I'm feeling. It's not circles. It's like it's multiple circles in one to make one big elongated shape potentially. But still, there's a lot of triangles as well too, so we got to be careful of that. Shapes, man. Shapes are crazy. We could talk about shapes all day long. But no, already straight into the thick of it. Jousey is looking at Jimmy, and this could be an early first blood if they decide to get that lockdown. The slow's nice, and Jimmy, and this is not the greatest spot to be. Conqueror stacks landed. Look, the minions are already here. Jimmy either has to back and commit to the back and lose a wave or two, or stay and potentially get hit with that egg. But a bit of a rough start for the side of GZ here, Carricks.
Not what you want for your Anivia early on, getting tagged up with another Noxious Blast as well. Just keeping him super low. Hongshu is going to have full control. I think the one sort of bailout for GZ here is Cassiopeia not the most explosive champion early on.
Crazy to me as well that Cassiopeia can build boots now. In fact, I actually would like Riot. I would like Riot to actually make it boot, because that's all you can get. Or maybe sock. I don't know. That could be kind of fun too. If we just make it sock, that makes a lot more sense to me. An empowered sock is the way to go.
Well, she should just wear it on her head. Just do the Nami style. That's how Nami's been buying boots all these years. She's been putting on her head as a hat. We come back to mid lane and things have gone worse.
Jimmy In's not having a good time. Getting that level 2, a little bit of health on the board is going to help so much. But still, tanking up minions too is not where you want to be. And Hongshu is just like, let's just pull it back. There is a TP available for Jimmy In, so maybe it is worth just trying to get that early reset. But again, been put in a very rough spot. Now, Chassis as well, Getting some good hits onto Shun, but again, it's a bit of a slower matchup in this bot side too. Neither AD carries really want to be doing too much. Corki maybe has the advantage early, but the later this game goes, I would put money on a Yanara doing a lot of damage.
I totally would. I think Jimmy, has he stayed enough time to get his tier? Not 100% sure how much gold he has in his pockets. I think that's what he would really love to teleport back with. No, just the Sapphire Crystal.
It's still blue, so maybe that means something, but going to be able to get back to the wave here. If they can cancel out the back, that could be kind of huge for Hongshu, but no, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a freer back. Just looking to secure the farm. Down almost 10 CS at 2.5 minutes is not where you want to be. But good early rotations too, getting some vision out, finding Chelsea out there with Pop 9. Trundle again with the best, arguably the best Trundle skin. Do you not know why? There's a fun fact about this one.
Oh, do tell. I'm curious.
Okay, so when you pop down your sort of the big sphere that we like to call it, it's actually almost invisible with this skin because it's the Fright Night skin. You can't see anything. So you don't know he's actually activated it. So then all of a sudden he's just charging at you and you didn't see it coming.
Well, speaking of a Fright Night, it might be one for Husha. He's lost both the Scuttle Crabs. It's a little bit of a scuffle on the bot side, but Feng able to Valkyrie his way away from that one.
Yeah, not great. Not ideal, but that's all right. Still early days. We're all about reading the meta, reading what's going on, and having some fun with it. But now, Fang as well, playing it slow, getting some big chunks off, hitting those crystals and get a little bit more damage off. But again, we haven't really been topside either. How do you fare? Oh my God, Jimmy, and can you just keep your health bar, please, for a little bit longer? That would be great. Thank you.
This one's a little bit dire. The level 1 is, he got cheesed a little bit at level 1. Oh, well, that happens. But now you're just getting chunked to nothing in sort of the straight up matchup. And I was going to say it before. Yes, having to recall and only get a Sapphire Crystal is bad, but Hongshu did get a tier on his first back. It's great for the scaling, but it's not like tier gives you immediate upfront stats. So Hongshu just kind of bullying Jimmy and just on the back of the champions.
Yeah, that is pretty rough. You can see Orchid out coming up saying, I will give you a little bit of love. Sea creatures obviously empowering birds for millennia. Love to see if they're going to be able to do a little bit more. And by empowering, I mean feeding them, usually. Just to clarify that little fun point. I want to talk about top because Ijung's actually winning out against Florin. How do you think the Scion versus Rumble matchup actually goes?
I think once you start getting around...
Charging hit the level 6. He's going to get the beautiful knock-up. Is it going to be enough to keep him out of the fight? No, he does just half health him. But, Ijung putting some dominance in this top side.
Really is. I wouldn't have expected him to be ahead like this. I think Scion can go even with Rumble, able to leverage just having a huge shield, having such a massive health pool. And Rumble is also being very telegraphed. He's not too hard to threaten to hit with that Q when he's running at you overheated. Hongshu could be in trouble.
Oh, the Petrifying Gaze just lands perfectly. And there is the Frozen Wasteland. But is it going to be enough as Husha has to flash to get out of dodge? The Frozen Domain, again, I couldn't see it until it was there. But now it's a lot of damage, Jimmy. And the beautiful wall lands. The mana is just not going to be enough. The stun is good. Could this be? The flash is going forward. One more big shoot. It's not enough. Hongshu is just so low. And what a fight in this mid lane.
And that is a bit of a disaster for Hongshu. Now has to be really careful of Husha coming back in. Won't be able to rotate to any other play. Not going to get punished for it, though, as Pop 9 is strong enough to just get this dragon. Florin having to play so respectfully against Ijung.
It's Scion. We've all seen what Baus can do. It's no fun to verse. It's fine. But no, it is. Ijung Scion, though. It's a whole nother kettle of fish. We're in playoffs here. No E-limbs for us, but still, can they make it turn into a win? So now Fang is stepping up just a little bit. Getting some good poke, but has to Valkyrie away.
Now, something we should be talking about is where these teams want to start clashing. I think with the lead that Hongshu has built, obviously we were just watching him almost die, but He doesn't. They stabilize, and it is just about a 20 CS lead for this Cassiopeia. I'll admit, I haven't watched enough Cassiopeia to really know when this champion turns on, but I think it's as soon as they can link up the Bard, the Trundle, and the Cassiopeia as a little bit of a gank squad. I still think if it's a Bard ult into a Miasma, I don't know how you get out of it.
You probably don't. I think you're just stuck. I think you're in there. You're in for the win. But no, I think it's one of those things. I think, honestly, the Miasma is actually probably the real ticker. You can start with a Tempered Fate, but I think the Miasma is where it's going to be really crucial because you can zone with the Tempered Fate. You can actually just throw it out just to see if it's going to stick. And if it doesn't, Miasma's there to follow up. So it's all about these little micro interactions that you can see that I think is going to be where we are going to find the most successes. Now it's both supports just chilling out in the mid lane. Quests aren't a thing in this one. Let's not worry about it. As Void Grubs are available in Pop 9, already there.
Ooh, we could have a bit of a fight over this. I think Pop 9 doesn't actually secure the first one. That's really big. Pop 9.
Pop 9 is here, but they're going to be very careful as the whole team started to come down. Florian is level 6. But now, is he going to have enough damage as he's already got too much? No, it's just going to be Husha who might be taken out. Tidal Wave is good. It's not enough, Florin. Tempered Fate stops his own team. It's a disaster. But they pick up first blood for their troubles, but they don't get all 3 Void Grubs.
I think that might have been Xiaoxi saying, no, not under the tower. That's a Scion. Don't you dare. We've got enough.
You are not to overextend here. What do you think you're doing?
But just a play that looked like it could have gone GZ's way. That first smite from Husha, getting that grub, they could have just backed off there, but a Pantheon's in the top side.
Ooh, Husha as well, using that Grand Skyfall just to join the fight. But now, look at Shun. Doesn't have the mana, but he does have the damage. Is it going to be enough? Is it the flash forward? Shun, the solo bolo. Technically, Orca was only there for a slight assist, but a huge play. And you can see Fang is a little salty about that one.
I don't blame him, but let's have a look at this grub fight, because it starts with Husha getting a steal. I feel like you can leave at this point, but they think they can continue the fight. That Trundle ult doing so much work there, and now when they try and leave, it's too late. Florin's arrived. The magical journey from Xiaoxi landing an excellent stun onto Ejang. Look, the Bard ult's pretty funny, but the play all the way before that was perfect.
Look, and it comes down to DCG just maintaining that good control. They see that they're starting to fight again separately. Why was Husha so close in the pit when they've already taken one and they said, we can capitalize? So this is the big difference of these two teams. One just knows when to collapse further with the team. But now, good wall. It's going to help out, but don't worry, Bard was there to assist, give you a couple of those little heals. I love a little bit of hot cocoa in the morning, especially when I'm playing League of Legends.
Me too. I'm always a little bit jealous when I see people getting the Bard hot chocolates. I'm always like, oh, why can't we have one? Why can't we have a studio Bard?
I wonder what that tastes like, though. Like, you know, there's like different type of hot chocolate, right? I wonder what Bard's hot chocolate actually tastes like, and I'd like to get Riot's response on this.
Yeah, I think that's like a really important question. We're going to have to get someone on that as soon as we can. He is like a cosmic being, so maybe it doesn't taste like chocolate at all, and it tastes like... like an abstract emotion, like it tastes like hope.
Oh, that sounds kind of tasty.
Yeah,
it's just a shame that it's GZ that really need that hot cocoa, and I don't think they're going to get all that much of it.
But with the Dragon sporting, DCG have priority around this one. They'll get the first roam from the bot lane as well. GZ, though, they look like they don't necessarily want to give this one up.
There's big props over to DCG as well. They are at these early objectives as they spawn every time. But there's the magical journey. Tidal Wave is good. Pop 9 is about to get blasted out. Here is Shun getting the damage off. Equalizer now on top. Orca, Tempered Fate over onto the side, but it's not going to be too much. It's now they're looking even more at Hongshu, who's low. No, they don't get the Petrifying Gaze. Shun is online there, getting the damage off. And look at this side. Ejang does not care about your magical journey and wants blood. And they cannot get any more. And they secure a dragon for the side of GZ.
And that was an excellently played fight by Shun. He was absolutely everywhere in that one. He's now 3-0. This Yunara is going to take names.
3-0. Shun hit level 9 just then. Already got a bounty to toe. Let's watch this replay, character, because it was really well played by GZ here.
That it was, and it was the Nami wave with the instant flash onto Pop9. They recognized where the strength was. Jimmy up on the top side doesn't really deal a lot of damage this fight, but he doesn't have to. He spends the whole time zoning Hongshu out. In the end, he just has to panic, petrifying gaze, and hope he doesn't get rewarded for it. And it's just really excellent stuff from GZ. I know I'm repeating myself, but I just want to shout out how well played that was and how good the shot calling was.
And it feels like they are starting to come onto the same page. Yes, your mid laner is somewhat irrelevant in these team fights right now, but there is a scaling bird. And birds that can fly highest can win. And all roads are leading to first stand. And this is what GZ are playing for. They want that ticket over to Brazil. Now.
First stand might be first flight if they're carried by the Anivia. Ooh. As Jinian, as you said, looking really, really good. But Shun, again, 3-0. He has the full item versus Feng, who has not completed that Triforce yet. Still have culls to pop for both ADCs as well. This 1.5k gold lead for GZ might not be the biggest lead in the world, but at 14 minutes, when you're playing the competition for an Anivia, you're pretty happy.
And now Jimmy is making their way back up. There's the miasma. There's the equalizer. It's dropped down. They do get out of the petrifying gaze, but it's not enough. Pop9 is popping people across the map, and it's a nice pickup for the fighter side of DCG.
And we'll have to go over that a little bit more in the replay when we get it, but I was talking about how this comp from DCG wants to fight in the tight jungle corridors, and I mean, that's why, right? I think things went pretty well there as Pop9 just stealing away a Gromp.
Look, big props though to Jimian right now because they have actually caught back up. They are just slightly ahead of Hongshu. It was just a little bit better just before until Hongshu got that kill or got the assist there. But still, Jimian's held the line and has become somewhat relevant again. Downside, they need to hit those abilities to really lock in some damage because Pop9 just dodged everything under the sun and was pretty confident with that.
Very, very confident. Jimian has been playing this Anivia quite a bit. It just seems to be like a bit of a pocket pick for him that he's always willing to bring out. And yeah, the early game was rough, but as he said, he's built himself back up into this one, has that Rod of Ages building up, actually is ahead on the Rod of Ages, timing 2 minutes ahead of Hongshu, who's only just gotten his. So really strong at the moment that can play around this bird. And the other thing, of course, is wherever Shun goes, DCG cannot follow.
Correct. They're so strong right now. 1.5k gold up on the Corki. Fang just can't have any impacts. And I wanted to say this at the start of the night, but it's always these big fights around Rift Herald. And when you said that, Shun is not being able to be followed by anyone. It is so true because they cannot contest this Rift Herald right now. Shun was there early, and they're already melting out this tower. It's just too much for them to handle. But the question is, how do you get on top of Yunara, who has so much mobility in this game?
It's really hard, and I think it starts with a Bard. Yunara does have a lot of mobility, but it's not necessarily burst mobility outside of Flash, of course. But if we can burn the Flash in a skirmish or just in a catch attempt, we can then use that Tempered Fate, try and lock Shun down, and then it's just, I'm going to say the line, miasma equalizer to clean them up.
Double burn, that sounds really unfun to play against, but we probably will see it this game. But who knows? It could just be Shun to control the state and control everything as they have all the kills for their team. I honestly could not pick it. This game was pretty close for 17 minutes in. Gold's very even. It's only 300 gold different for the side of DCG. And you have a Scion who is very happy to be scaling at this point. And Dragon summoned.
And the thing to keep in mind here is that it's basically dead even in gold, but the gold is super concentrated. It shouldn't, and it's the Rumble on the other side as, they're bearing down on the Dragon.
Equalizer is available in 7 seconds. You're going to be so careful. This Dragon already gone, stolen away. There's the 10th Fate, but is it going to be enough time as the Equalizer drops? Here's the Grand Skyfall onto 5 members. An overstep if ever I've seen it. Feng is able to lock it down. Ejung is getting chunked out too. Now Shunsing, let's turn the tides and look for a fight, but they should just be backing out. I would not continue this one. The rest of the team is looking just a little bit too big. They get the Dragon. Walk away with your victory, guys. This is not the play.
They're gonna move away.
Yes, it's coming down. Hongshu says, look, we can keep fighting this one. Fishfine Gaze, not gonna hit. Now, there is the Frozen Domain. You can't see it, but it's so hard to get anything done. Now, look at Feng. He's on the back line. They pick up Shun. That was the move. That was the call. The Valkyrie gets it all the way. Xiaoqi is absolutely chuffed to pick up another kill. The egg has been spawned. Jimmy's been taken out anyway. And this is what I said. The overcommit was too much for the side of GZ.
And Feng with the steel in his veins, just going in on the Corky. One-way trip for him, but it turns what was kind of an even play into massively DCG favored. Let's have a look at this replay, but it's the back half I'm really interested in. It kind of just starts with poking out. GZ, they get the Dragon, and then with everything used, the Bard ult's down, the Rumble ult is down. Okay, Hoosier goes in, kind of sacrifices himself. You have so many opportunities to simply leave. They can exit the river at any point, Pike, but they choose not to. And that's when it all turns around.
They're staying even then. Orca, Shun, they're all below half health. Like, why are you committing to this? There's no reason. And they're just like, let's get some more kills on the board, guys. No, this is not the call. And then
He knows.
Straight away back into the line, and Shun's just dead after the easiest cleanup kill, and they get nothing for it. GZ, they need to start playing this a bit. Oh, actually, no, they pick up Fang. My apologies. Didn't see that, but nice.
They do get Fang with that zombie Psy on there, just to call out, but we come back to live.
Oh, but there's a tidal wave as well, stopping out. There's Jimmy and slow with the exhaust, but now, hold on, Bard's still quite low, stuck in a wall, keeping them in this plate, and no, Jimmy and picks up their first kill of the game. We are seeing a different GZ this game. They're holding the line. They have 2 dragons, and they're making it work in their favor. Hold on, Shun. Shun, you are a crazy man. What is this suicide attempt? But no, they survive. What is that? Why are they going forward so much, Carrix? What is going on?
I don't know. I don't know, Pike. They know that we want an entertaining game, and they think that picking up the pace is the way to victory. Florin died in that exchange as well. It was 2 kills picked up for GZ. We're going to have to get a bit of a replay to know exactly what happened there. There we go, as we say it. Just got solo killed by Ejung.
This is the bounce effect. It's the Ejung. Oh, well, maybe it was a solo bolo, but Hoosier coming in to help out. Always I see. And look at live. It's just not going to work as Hongshu picks up Jimmy in wrong place, wrong time, and 20 minutes has just ticked over. Baron has spawned. Oh, my Lord. What is going on?
What is going on? I think cinema is going on because it is just constant aggression. This is 2 games in a row now where we've had these like fairly measured first set, maybe 6 to 8 minutes, and then it's just kicked off. So how did this come to be? Jimmy knows Hongshu is there, has no idea about Pop 9, and it's a perfect pillar.
Oh, there's just not much you could do. There's Xiaoxi as well, off to the side, and the easiest cleanup. It's fried chicken for dinner tonight here, Carrix, because this bird is just having a bit of a rough game.
It has been a bit rough for Jimmy. I just think over-aggression. It looked like in that dragon fight, it was Jimmy and making the call that they could extend the fight, they could play around the walls, and it almost worked, but then it really, really didn't work. Up on the top side, of course, getting caught out as well, just a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit cocky, needs to just calm down. You're playing this Anivia, you're about to hit 10 minutes on your Rod of Ages, get that free skill point. You are really strong, but don't throw that away, Jimmy.
No, it's not worth doing as the Dragon is up in 10 seconds. Magical Journey over the wall does get slowed up. Ijung is trying to do this. There's the Great Skyfall. It's going to be enough damage as they're still in the back line. Hongshu does get the Petrified Gaze onto 3. The Tempered Fate, the double layered stacks of those golden members. Husha goes forward. They pick up Xiaoqi. Now they just need Fang as they are looking at the other side. Pop 9 taken very low. Look at everyone here. Beautiful bubble lands. Florin is still getting taken out, but look at Hongshu. They're just trying to hold on. Jimmy trying to stay alive up to the side. They lock them down. Fang is still cleaning up on the other side too. Husha gets the double. Ijang's so big. He can keep going as Jimmy takes out more. And it is GZ that take the fight and they're taking the lead.
And I have to go look at the replay. Where was the Rumble ult? Everything looked so good there for DCG, but I feel like the equalizer was just the missing piece of the puzzle, and we have a game that's getting even closer. The gold brought back to parity. GZ on Cloud Soul point, Pike.
Oh my lord, it's Cloud9 for this team if they're looking at a Cloud Soul at about 28 minutes. And look at this, look at the stacking that they get of all this. You got, that was beautiful, the flash out, the Tempered Fate is still in there, stopping Pop 9, and he's just getting blasted along with the side. I just don't know how GZ won this fight, in all honesty.
They used the Rumble ult to peel for Fang. He was getting jumped on over near the blue buff, but that means that you don't have the Rumble ult for where it would have been absolutely perfect on the right side of the fight. Florin is desperately trying to leverage his strength in this one, but you can't when the Pantheon is just able to jump at you, and here we go again!
Another fight here. Characters, they're looking for a little bit more. Equalizer goes down. Jimmy still has the egg available, but Husha is able to lock it down. There's the tidal wave for a little bit of a disrupt, but look at Hongshu. Could look for a Petrified Gaze, but it's not enough as Jimmy picks that kill up once again, and Florin is just flooring their way back to base, and they're taking their own magical journey to chase after Xiaoqi and Fang. Can they pick up this Corki? The slow is good. The bounce is better. Is going to be enough as they are looking at this top side. Do not overstep here, GZ. I will lose it.
Oh my. You might not be the only one to lose it, Pike. I am unable to follow what is happening. Anivia Wall keeping Fang out of the pit, but Husha is down. There's no smite. This Baron is so dangerous.
And they're so low too. Jimmy is at like 300-400 health, maybe 1,000 now. Wall is up, trying to keep Fang out of the pit. The beautifulness of this, but here's Pop 9. There is a Baron available. He flashes over Red. They steal it away. No way to DCG take this fight. Husha's going to die. The zombie's going to come back, but the flip. What were they thinking?
Oh my, Pike. DCG turned the play on its head, and GZ, we just need to chill out a little bit.
You know what? Yes, slow it down, GZ, please, because you're just going for things you should not be going for. Pop 9, the beautiful flash over the frozen domain, giving them a little bit more speed. Hold on, Fang is just gone, and the Tempered Fate keeps Shun alive for a little bit longer. Xiaoqi as well, off to the side, but that was a fantastic pick. GZ holding the line again.
And taking the Baron buff off the Corki is absolutely massive. Let's have a look at how this plays out. It was a magical journey to get it started, but this is going to be the longest replay of all time.
Oh my lord, you can see they do pick up Pop 9 here. Husha, very happy with this lockdown, but it is going to spell it as a demise later on with that Baron. And they get so much from this fight. It looks so good for GZ. They're able to push forward, they're pushing the objective, they get the tower. They say, hey, that's okay, let's go for Baron. I feel like you need to reset. Look at Jimmy.
And this is where it goes all wrong. Jimmy doesn't have his teleport. He feels like he can't go back. But I feel like you just don't need to play around this. Pop 9 has already respawned. He's running back out onto the map. There's no Grand Starfall from the Panther. It's just used. He does arrive. Hooch is here. But it's in the end, it's Xiaoqi that lands the killing blow. And then everyone full health for DCG. Hongshu just able to run out on the map via raid boss, and there's nothing that they can do.
The Bard steal. It's the hardest thing to face in any game, let alone pro, let alone playoffs with elimination. A Bard stealing your Baron has to feel like one of the worst. And look at this gold graph. It is just up and down and all around. It's just so hard to see. Now Shun getting jumped on. Going to be very careful as the flash from Musha, but that's Petrifying Gaze. He's going to get the damage off as Pasha is looking good. Wants to pick up Fang, but he's gone instead. Now Shun needs to walk out. The equalizer's even better. The shield does keep them alive too. Tidal Wave now trying to keep them at bay. Ejung picked up at the last second by Florin.
And the damage coming out of Hongshu and Feng is getting terrifying. Ejung went down in seconds.
Those items on board, the Seraphs, the Void Staff, the Rod of Ages is fully stacked. I'd be fearful of that too, because all you need is a Rabadons and it's good night. This Snake is just going to hurt way more. But still, that you can see they were looking for the fight. The Petrifying Gaze was the ultimate demise of locking them down. Husha could not hold on, and Fang is just punching out so much damage.
Yeah, this was just a good catch that they snowballed. We come back to live, and it's DCG picking up a dragon, just delaying that potential incon for GZ. Soul will not be available for another 5 minutes. But we're only at a 3k gold difference at 29 minutes. And I hear you saying, Carrix, what do you mean only 3k? Well, I've seen 3k get thrown back and forth about 6 times this game, so it's basically 0.
Well, it's definitely 2.4k if we're going to get Super Steel. Look at the damage difference, though, as well. Corky's getting in the work, but the damage difference in mid is definitely a big precursor of what's happening in this game. Rumble's always going to do more damage than Scion. That makes sense. That's undeniable. But this Cassiopeia from level 1 has had such control over Jimmy. And you mentioned it at the start of the night, Carrix, that it is this mid lane that we're going to see Hongshu really hold that line and really push its advantage. And we are seeing it right now.
That we are, and what we need to see is we need to see Jimmy doing more. He starts that well,
oh my
burns
Lord.
that flash.
Oh my Lord! Shun is just a little bit too fast. The Petrifying is not going to be... Oh my God, he's just hit with every ultimate under the sun. Ushu's not long for this world either. They're trying to... Where is Scion going? He's just taking a ride up into the base. But no, it is DCG just being able to get more kills, more gold, more advantage as this game goes on.
More and more and more. Ejung does the best he can do there, I think. Just cutting the wave slows the push from DCG. Something that might have broken the base had he not done that is probably just going to be the inners. But we're at round 7 of a boxing match. They're not even blocking. It's just a slugfest. And this starts with Jimmy landing the stun. The flash over the wall, but it's just a pillar into a Bard stun, into a Bard ult, and there it is. Tempest Bait, Miasma. There is no way to play for Shun.
We said we'd see it, and we, by golly gosh, saw it. Ejung holding his best, but this is the combo we wanted to see because it was just absolutely a rough overstep for Shun. That is putting him in his place. Only 750 gold difference right now, and that, I would say, is all on CS. Wow. It is a rough game again for GZ. Can they hold out a little bit longer as Baron is being postured towards by both teams? And that's an engage already. Tidal Wave hits. They are able to actually pick up Xiaoxi. But now Equalizer's dropping in a perfect spot. Ejung's all alone. Great Skyfall hits one. Jimmy picks up the kill onto Fang. That's the big member you're going to be careful of as Florin picks up Shun. Now they're looking for more as the double kill is even better. It is all on Husha, who's trying to hold this line. Florin is low. The shutdown for Jimmy, it is just too good. The zombie comes out. Can it take out the big Trundle troll? But no, here he goes. Husha's now on Hongshu. It's just too much damage for this Cass. She's so strong right now, and only one member on each side survives, and it's our mid laners.
And the Scion zombie did so much there. I think without that, Jimian gets cleaned up. I think that would have let Pop9 get onto the backside, but Ejung just knew his role to hold them back, and it's a 4 for 4, 32 minutes into the game. Let's have a look at how this one went. It looked unplayable for GZ, but they brought it back as Xiaosi was initially caught out. Feng is zoned out completely by Ejung, taken down immediately with Florin. Doing so much work in that jungle corridor. The two-man petrifying gaze really turns it on for DCG. But then look at this zombie. Look at the value that Ejung gets, stopping Pop9 chasing Jimian down.
Yeah, but you can't ignore that Hongshu as well is just punching so much damage, or maybe I should say spitting out so much damage, because that was just so hard. Both these mid laners getting so much in this game. Honestly, Jimian, big props back in this game. Now level 18 is going to have a lot more agency, getting all those stacks, even a Dark Seal, 10 stacks on it. That is going to help so much in regards to just how much damage you're outputting. You have to be careful though. There's the Tempered Fate. Great flash from Jimian. Now the wall. It's not going to be enough as Chelsea can't get to the magical journey. Still being able to pick them up. The equalizer does land quite nice. Can they hold out a little bit more as Florin is in the back line? Trying to hold on. Stopwatch is used. Now it's all about how can they survive a little bit longer as Ejung is low. Grand Skyfall going somewhere. Maybe just trying to get out of the fight. You've broken up the team fight once again, Husha. This is not the game plan I think we were looking for, as they are trying to do anything they can. Husha getting burnt alive. Nowhere to go. You flew too close to the sun. In fact, that sun was called Rumble, and they're doing everything they can, but Hongshu is low. Trying to get the damage off. Jimian is low as well. But now, Hongshu, beautiful bubble, capitalized. They just can't do it. The jump of the wall. Shun trying to hold this line, but no, Fang is just too strong. Too much damage. Florin is now flooring down this bot side. And can they get anything more? But no. Wait. Ejung's back in the fight. He's TPing. Can they go for even anything else? But no. They are trying to run away. Florin is here. Fang is low. Half health. There goes a little bit more. Snowstorm's going to be good, but is it going to be good enough as Fang is just trying to hold out? One good blast cone could see them survive. It's still a lot. There's a nice wall. Is it going to be enough to hold them back? But Pop9 is looking for Ejung. This is a tank that can keep on tanking, but the whole team's just resetting off that fight. It went for way too long there, Carricks.
It really, really did, and we were on a knife's edge from GZ picking up just enough to secure this dragon. They couldn't get there. They will once again be denied the soul. We're at 3 dragons apiece, and these fights are being decided by the smallest movements, the most minute decisions. It starts, I thought they'd be happy just blowing Jimian's flash, but that wall, as you called out, stops him getting into the magical journey. They try and just keep this going. The Petrified Gaze and the Equalizer don't do a huge amount. I feel like Husha feels like with those ults down, it's go time, it's fight time. But as you said, he sectioned the fight, allowed them to collapse on him, and then turn onto the rest of the team. And that's where things went wrong for DCG. At this point, it's GZ being corralled against wall. Jimian desperately trying to play the carry. Shun just a little bit too low. The ultimate already used. He can't get into this one, and it's Fang with the aggression. Oh my god!
Straight into the action once again. Shun vs Fang. Who comes out on top? It's Fang! 1 HP, but it is going to be picked up. Ejung gets the shot. No, it's actually Shun who did get the kill. The final pop, but Jimian gets into the egg. Now throws up a wall, still picked up by Florin. And it is again DCG in control of this game. The kills are stacking. 7k gold up. They could look to just end this one here or go for the Baron.
I think without Feng, we do go the Baron. Not having that ADC to shred the towers for us. We just take the buffs. We settle for that. And DCG, now the gold lead matters. It's 8,000 gold. They've won consecutive fights as Florin needs to be careful of Ejung. That is a big, scary Scion. Not going to be able to change the fates here, though. Baron secured. DCG looking powerful. Oh, stopping Ejung as well. They're going to cut him down.
Oh my lord, once again, the tank's been shredded. Let's watch this replay, Carricks, because the Baron's already gone and the tank's taken off the map too.
And it started again, a tempered fate in these jungle corridors. The petrifying gaze was massive. The equalizer is burning them. but this is where it really matters. Feng picks up Shun. Yes, he goes down. The blue buff actually got the kill there and gave it over to Shun, but it doesn't matter because once that Yunara is gone, Jimian was sectioned out and the damage just isn't there for Ground Zero Gaming.
And now the big question is where do they go to make the next play? Obviously, Xiaoxi was looking bot side, trying to take this Nami off the board, but they've got the Baron buff in tow. Look at the damage. It is insane. It is chunked up. Pantheon doing a good job trying to hold a little bit more, but wow, the gold in the pockets is just a little bit too much here, Carrick's 9k gold lead for DCG. This is where you can close out a game.
Oh, this has been a hell of a game, Pike. This has been an absolute banger. And I can only hope for more and more as DCG now bear down on this bot side. They're sinking the waves. They're playing this exactly as they should. Anivia, not super easy to push into, though.
Equalizer being dropped just to keep them back. So is the Miasma. It's a little bit sparse, if you ask me. It's not exactly what you want it, but the defense that GZ is mounting is going to hold a little bit longer as now Fang could be caught. He does. Valkyrie over that wall to get back to a safe space, but now they're holding the line. Tempered Fate hits two. This could be the turn of the fight as there's the Miasma. The Petrified Gaze is not going to land its mark, but look at the damage, look at the moves. Fang is just gone. He went too deep. He went to the sunrise this time. Now Pop is gone as well. Grand Starfall is coming in hot. They're looking at Shock. This is GZ turning out the fight. It's Shun C gone. It's a triple kill going over for Shun. GZ took their Baron buff away. It will not go quiet into the good night.
GZ fight back, Pike! Oh my god! This is the game that never ever stops giving. We're at 54 kills at 40 minutes, 30 seconds on a Drake that is Soul. DCG not going to be able to get back out onto the map in time. I think they're going to clean up for it. This is Soul for GZ.
Oh my lord, what is this game, Carrick? We said it was going to be a series and we have got one on our hands for sure.
And it started so well, it looked good, but then it's a wall from Jimian that sections them out, a catch onto Hongshu, forcing him to just do a fighting retreat, and it's Shun able to power up Husha, finally finding a good Grand Starfall. As we look at live, that's going to be Soul secured.
That is so big. A Yanara with extra movement speed, even a Sign with the Nami and powers too. This is going to spell so much speed, so much agency to the side of GZ. Now the question is, can they close out the game as Hongshu? It's getting flashed on, Petrifying Gaze. Here comes Shun. That's a lot of damage for an AD carry. They sent the whole kitchen sink at this Cassiopeia, and there was nothing they could do.
And that is a real disaster. I said before that the gold lead was real because it was 8k for DCG. That's been cut down to 4. They're using a Bard ult just to buy time on the tower, dropping an equalizer to hold the position.
But they're forcing two sides. Mid and bot are both being looked at. Side just getting that early shove. I think the rotations are good. Let's see if GZ can take an inhib or more off this play. They found their way back after a 9k gold deficit. Now it's only 2. Can they keep pushing the objective and claw back this win and take us into a Game 4 series? We'll have to see as the tidal wave goes out. The slow is good. Florin has to use that Sonya's, but now they're looking for any damage they can. The stun is good. Xiaoxi is here. Grand Skyfall is good as well, but now the damage is good.
No!
Fang's just gone. GZ took back the game. It was all in their hands. They just had to believe it was a double kill heading over for Shun, and now they're looking at the Nexus. One inhib down, another one to go. There's minions in their base. They have all members up here, Carrix, and they want to take the win. They want to hold this game. It's hallowed ground as Pop9 is looking at Husha, who's just jumping onto the back. They locked them down. The towers are gone. This Pantheon was just so strong. And it is GZ taking game number 2 in the best of 5 playoffs. I would not believe it if you told me here, Carrix.
I cannot believe the comeback. They played to perfection in those last few fights. And oh my God, Mike, it feels like we're in game 2. It feels like we're in game 6.
I can't, Carrix. I can't keep going. It's too much. These guys need to play some worse champions that don't do as much. They're just making it look so good. For all intensive purposes, from the 30-plus minute mark, GZ should have lost. They should not have won. But they were having the hot chocolates here, Carrix. The hope was there, and they persevered, and they came out on top through 2 fantastic plays.
And we have to just talk about the obvious. Jimian and Shun just linking up to rain damage over. Look at these damage charts. They're absolutely absurd. Husha as well in those last few fights. The Grand Starfalls finally started working.
The big problem is all those early ones, they were just overextending too much. They need to close ranks, close this grouping and say we need to pick up one member. Who is it? And most of the time, it's Fang. Because these fights at the start were just looking just a little bit too discombobulated, but they still were able to hold out and take the game. Like, look at this. Why are they so spread? Fang's even just jumping forward and they're overcommitting, but they're able to pick up these kills.
And this gives me so many questions now for Game 3 and beyond. We'll be seeing at least 4 in this series. I can only hope for 5. And it speaks again. I talked before Game 1 about the resilience of GZ. They've been down in early games. They've been down in series. In this situation, they were so far behind in the mid-game where it doesn't really look like they're going to be able to get back into it. It looked like DCG were just a little bit too far ahead, but they identified their win con. They realized so much of the gold lead was purely on Florin, and in these last few fights, he was completely zoned out. And if Florin wasn't in the fight, GZ were 10k gold ahead.
Oh, and the big thing of note that it comes down to in a lot of these games is no matter how well a game goes, at the end of the day, if a game goes late enough, you are versing the best champions with the best items, and you're just on a skill matchup. It is how well you pilot these champions. It doesn't matter how many items you have. Everyone's the same. Everyone's full build. It is coming down to execution, and GZ just showed that they can execute when their champions are at the pinnacle of what they're capable of doing with items on board. And you know what? I'm here for it. This is the GZ I wanted to see. Yes, it was rough at the start, but they were able to hold on and keep going. That is the way to play. Do you have hopes they can come back into the next part? Can they come with a little bit more?
I think they absolutely can, because it wasn't a structural issue that fell apart. I think it was just the teams coming down to a lot of hands going up against each other, and it was these minute little things that spun it. I think it could 100% go either way in Game 3 and beyond.
Look, we're just going to have to see what Game 3 is going to look like. Let's jump to a short break and check out what we will be seeing Game number 3 here about GZ versus DCG. We got 4 games at least, Carrick. We'll see you at the next one.
These thoughts within my head, they wake me from my bed. I am dreaming of what lies ahead, but I know.
大家好，我是 p a p n i 我今天要教鼓励新年快乐，恭喜发财，红包拿来。
哦 ，again，
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财。
哦 ，good， 红包拿来，
红包拿来。
哎 ，good，
恭喜发大，红包啊，OK，
恭喜发财，
恭喜发财，
红包拿来，
紅包拿來。恭喜發財，紅包拿來。呢個係chúc mừng năm mới， chúc mừng năm mới。
năm mới
yes， vạn sự như ý，
vạn sự
như ý，
như ý
yeah， như ý ý， vạn sự như ý，
vạn sự như ý
yeah，
chúc mừng năm mới， vạn sự như ý
yes，
It's easy. Only 2 words. Buone, feste. Yeah. Now you put it together and you say it.
Buone feste。翔さん、明けましておめでとう。
明けましておめでとう。日语也行啊，我也会啊。
Happy New Year's in Korean. You can say 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Yeah, that's perfect. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. Yeah.
Việt Nam say chúc mừng năm mới.
chúc mừng năm mới.
Chúc mừng năm
mới.
yeah.
chúc mừng năm mới.
yeah.
恭喜发财，恭喜发财，
恭喜發財，
啊，恭喜发财，
恭喜發財，
good. Yeah， 恭喜发财，
恭喜發財，an khang
NK
thịnh vượng，
NK 等等
an khang thịnh vượng，
NK 等等 AK 等
an khang thịnh vượng。
NK 等等。
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Ừ, bây giờ chuột lấy tất sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ngồi đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
À, đánh thường mà đâu ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改动是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになったと思うんで楽しい。
确实上路有点少，他团战后面有点游龙。现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、こう連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて、主導権を得るためにこう戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家装备会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mặc ngoài trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦うんだけど、今20分に上がるパドが今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发电信。
新しい一面みたいなやつありました。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes.
Please read the patch notes before you play.
And the ability to stay on our score sheet, Carrix, is true. We said GZ would pick up some games, and here we are. 1-for-1, DCG versus GZ. Wow. Honestly, the best way I can put it, miracles do exist, because GZ taking that game was insane.
It really was, and we're both still on track. We both predicted a 3-1. We did go opposite ways, of course. But after game number 2, GZ are looking like a hot commodity when they're able to come back from that pie.
Any team that has the ability to come back from a huge deficit like that is huge, but now we're seeing DCG picking first pick red side. That means the counter pick is going to be available on the blue side. What are your takes on this?
I think taking first pick is pretty interesting. This is something I've sort of been following throughout the split. Game 3, when it's the best of 3 feelers, I think it makes a lot of sense. By that time, the pool of quote-unquote OPs has kind of whittled down to where maybe there's only 1 or 2 left. But in a best of 5, the pool has to remain really, really deep. In terms of the counter pick, I'm thinking maybe we have to give it to Florin. He was so far ahead in that game. If you give him a champion where he can really take it to Ejung, maybe he can just ride this whole game out for you.
These are the games where we start to see very big changes in the way we ban, because we are expecting to see the champs like Gwen and Bessa, more skirmishy sort of top laners that want to have effect. The tanks are few and far between. The only real big one of note you could usually hope to see is your Malphite, but there it is. There's the Gwen ban. The change of bans has already come through. I'm calling it.
Yeah, exactly. The immediate changes. Maybe the Azir comes out. Jimmy does like to play that champion, but DCG have this constant threat of Hongshu's Yone. No, the Azir, still banned.
Get it out of there. We're just calling the bans 1-for-1 right now. It's going to be, I wasn't going to say Nico. I won't take that credit. But Nico being banned out makes a lot of sense. Take that awesome support away from Orca and having that huge impact team fight. But now it comes down to, do you start looking... I was going to say, are you looking at Hongshu, who is controlling this game? Orianna spells a lot. You could look even at like the Syndra taken away and just get them off these sort of hyper carry mid laners that do so much damage.
Syndra would be actually really interesting. I think a lot of the junglers that are left are sort of that run at you kind of target. It's like the Dr. Mundo, that sort of type of jungler still available. I think Syndra does really well into those, able to break a Mundo passive, sort of soft banning it. And Bessa taken away as well. So really, aside from the Gwen, the bans are looking very, very similar.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I think, again, I talked about how those champions will start coming into play as these games go on, because you need to start bringing them back because there's not too much else. There is the Nocturne taken away. So that tells me they may be looking at a Sylas for this game too, if they can look to pick it up. But there's the Aurora. Sylas really speaks true now. It's a bit of a rough laning phase, but as you enter into the game, taking away that between two worlds and using it to your advantage is so impactful.
And I love the Aurora first pick, able to be flexed around to Florin or Hongshu. And Ashe coming in. Do we pair this with the Seraphine? We've been seeing this a lot. Xin Zhao as well has been banned in previous games. Husha has been fantastic on that pick.
And what doesn't spell pull the trigger like shooting a crystal arrow at someone from half a map away and saying this should be free, but don't you dare hover that Graves. Jax is going to be feeling a lot better if this one. It's a good flex pick. You can take a jungle, you can take a top. But you're right. What do you pair with this Ashe now? You've picked it so early in the draft. That just sort of spells that you can build champions around your team comp that can get onto this Ashe and stop a lot of it. Jax being locked in. There's a lot going on here. You could look at even a Nautilus or something like a Leona too that can just jump into this backline. I would love to. I know you said Seraphine has been picked sorely with the Ashe. I wouldn't mind a Braum.
Yeah, Braum as well would make a lot of sense. Nautilus, the current thought here from DCG. I mean, point and click engage is never bad. Jax able to follow up on it. The between two worlds from an Aurora, I like it so far.
It's now about what do you pair with it in regards to comp. This is definitely a team comp DCG could look at a misfortune just because you have the depth charge, you do have the between two worlds Jax, they all can get on top. That's the Braum, which tells me you're not allowed to play misfortune. Pop up that door and you are going to be stifled incredibly. I think the Braum is a great call here.
I totally agree. Just as you said, blocking of the misfortune, able to play around a Jax jumping in super well. The Jax goes in, you just immediately Braum ult in response. Aurora as well, very short range. Braum, really, probably the best pick that was left in my opinion.
Because at the same time, Nautilus wants to be in on top of you, and that is where Braum thrives. He wants you to jump in so he can just proc that passive and really start to get those stuns coming off. And with Ashe in tow, the slows are insane. It's so unfortunate when you are up against this Ashe. You get hit with one volley. This Braum can hit you, and you will get hit up very fast. So this whole team comp that GZ have built for themselves right now is, if you get slowed once, you're going to get jumped on. But it's the same for DCG. You get hit with one Nautilus hook, and it probably spells good night.
Yeah, good night might be an understatement. This is such a deadly combo. That Hawk shot as well, just constantly able to find where Pop9 is. We talked before the series began about how this jungle matchup could be what decides things, and being able to constantly know where the jungler is, basically playing with full vision, I think is so good for GZ, because Pop9, even though they lost last game, he was very, very dynamic.
Absolutely. And yeah, Pop9 making some great moves across the board. The Trundle had so much effect with those pillars. Let's see if they can do something similar. It all comes down to what champion that's going to enable the team the most. They have the go button. It's now, how do they go forward? With LeBlanc, Akali, Jhin, and Kai'Sa taken off the board. Clearly, GC said, we don't want you to have those priority 80 carry picks. And an Ahri being hovered.
Ahri, I think, makes a lot of sense. This is something Jimmy has gone to a few times, with the pool being pushed a little bit. Just makes a lot of sense. Can stay super safe. Nautilus, Jax, not really great engaging onto an Ahri. Should just be able to dance around the edges of fights, and it is locked in.
I do love it too that if they're always saving the counter pick for Ejung, they're enabling their top laner to have some form of priority matchup, because they have had a really good performance this evening. I'd love to see Ejung be able to help the team just a little bit more, but now being locked in, or being hovered, sorry, is going to be a bit of a troublesome, because you can't really play a tank into that. You will just lose out. So what is the counter proposal to it?
I'm not really sure where Ejung goes. He could just go a tank. He could, again, just try and survive the lane, provide value. That Sion, despite, I think he was about 6k gold down at the end of that game, but the Sion was still providing a lot of zoning. I could see something like an Ornn. It's a bit weird to save a counter pick for that, but it can definitely still come out, as a lot of his top picks are either already gone or picked by his teammates.
I think Ornn to start the fight is a really great call. I think there are probably a few enabling champions you could look at. Ornn definitely speaks pretty highly, but Like, what's the difference of why don't you just go full aggression? And a Camille with the lockdown that you're hoping to get is pretty big with a Hextech ultimatum. So I think Camille here, just for side pressure alone, is going to force this force Jax into side lanes permanently, because Camille's just going to take every single town. So I'm so excited by this pick because we have not really seen it yet.
Yeah, this is just a quintessential pick comp now coming in from GZ. It's you find out where the lone member of DCG is, who is the most exposed. You hit them with some combination of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, the Braum follow-up, the Hextech ultimatum, and a Wind Becomes Lightning, getting a Xin Zhao in their face. DCG need to play the vision control to perfection, because if they take one step out of line, there is just 4 methods of perfect catch.
Counter-Strikes are going to be all over the map here, but Crystal Arrows even more. We'll have to see what these teams are looking to play around. Honestly, both teams look real strong. The aggression out of GZ in this game, they want to get these side lanes pushing. It's going to be a 4v1 the whole time. Camille might not even want to join these team fights until it is a pure objective, and then it's looking about those picks. How do you stop a Jax? How do you stop a Camille? These two champions that can grow so exponentially. We're just going to have to wait and see as we're getting so close onto the Rift. But these teams are locked in, ready to go. And I'm loving to see the comms that we're starting to see a little bit more out of GZ, where they knew towards the end of game number 2, they could push a little bit further, and they took the win. Let's see it in game 3.
Game number 3 begins, and I'm hoping it's as much fun as the first 2. Something we didn't really talk about as we were too busy with other dynamics is, of course, the Ezreal being picked up. A champion that I'm honestly, in the LCP, I haven't been super impressed with so far.
The problem with Ezreal's, though, in any sort of game is it's a very skilled champion. Yes, there is a fun mechanic you can do that can land those Qs, but at the same time, this champion into an Ashe Braum, if you get slowed up, all you really have is your dash to get away. And look at this already, just the passive being procced so close. 3 stacks at the start. They haven't even gotten halfway through the first wave. This is what we're expecting to see all game long, is if they're walking up, Ejung has no fear right now, and this is how I like to see a Camille being played. Landing so much, and Florent is now taken out of this lane, at least for a couple minutes.
Just playing around that mini. Now, Heal being burnt super early, just desperately trying to find some priority. DCG able to just step up to try and clear this wave, but it's GZ knowing how strong they are early.
Oh my god, and Ejung wants to dive this so early. The aggression is good. Waiting for that Mega Gnar, which is where we do see a lot more of that damage. But wow, this aggression from Ejung in this top side. Clearly they know this matchup quite well.
The wallop landing does buy Florent a little bit of space, but as the Mega Gnar ends, he feels like he just has to recall. He's got to get back up to full health just to survive in the lane against Ejung.
Oh, it's hard though. Like, this is the problem. Like, you're so far behind in CS right now. It's a wave and a half already. The TP burns at level 2. It's not too much when Camille can just be so aggressive. Jimmy in a very different state of affairs this game, where second game, they were already at about 1/5 of their health in level 1. Now, it's a bit of a different state.
Jimmy able to play this one a little bit better, not as vulnerable at the end of it. Doesn't get cheesed level 1, doesn't get taken out, but Hongshu on this Aurora, we do need to keep a very close eye on him. This is a champion that deals such an enormous amount of burst and can be so stifling in fights. I kind of think with the Ezreal picked, maybe we see some early roams from Xiaoxi. He can leave an Ezreal and he's probably okay.
Maybe. I guess we could see anything in this game, honestly. We could see an Ahri go 10-0. We could see a Nautilus go 10-0. You know what? The possibilities are endless. But right now, it's a pretty slow state. Nothing too crazy. Nothing to write home about just yet. Just everyone resetting, trying to get a couple little items on the board. A little bit of CS lead here, there, and everywhere. But honestly, where do you think the most volatility is going to be in these lanes? What lane is going to have the most impact, I might say, here, Carrix?
Well, I think for the early part of the game, it is going to be topside. But with what we're seeing, Ejung just constantly trading with Florin. The wave is pushed into him at the moment. Florin is able to catch up a little bit as he's gotten some points in his abilities, has been able to play around the Meganar cycles, actually landed some really nice wallops. But if I'm Husha, I'm coming top.
Yeah, 100%. Florin is already quite low. You do see Pop9 is in the area, but he's been spotted out on so many wards because Husha was very comfortable just getting up there and taking as much as they could. But now spotted again. Husha spotted on another ward. Jimian is down here. Ejung putting the hurt on this Nah. And now it is a question of, can they do more?
That is a really good question. Xiaoxi goes fishing, but comes back empty-handed. But clearly showing that they're willing to brawl down there.
It's hard for an Ezreal, though, because all you've got is a tier, you've got a longsword, your damage isn't huge, you need to get that mirror mana up and stacked as soon as possible. I feel like Ezreal needs to be a little bit safer in this game because as it gets further and further along, the second you hit level 6, Shun is just going to punch out damage too. Getting those extra volleys in, getting all those auto attacks off, arrows be flying, characters, arrows be flying, and I want to see them do a little bit more proactivity down to this bot side because already Dragon's been started. There is the Spirit Rush too. Jimian is saying we can look for something. Gets the electrocute, but Spirit Rush is all that's left. Dragon could just be the prize for DCG, just being there first in the objective.
Really well played there by Hongshu. Knew that he had to push up to maintain priority to cover that dragon attempt. But when the Xin Zhao shows, just jumps into the weirding, doesn't panic, doesn't burn his flash. And it really just meant that Jimian could never even throw the charm because it was going to get flashed every time. Just really good composure by Hongshu.
Hooks be wide yet again as now the passive is slowly stacking. Gonna get the sign off, but that is a Nautilus. They are very tanky with those shields, even at level 4. So we'll have to see what... actually, itemization here. What do you think? Oh, the good hook actually lands. Shun does get caught, but not going to be enough as they're getting the passive off. The volleys are solid. They're slowing them down, but Feng now going a little bit too far forward. Could get stunned up, has to cleanse. And that is not much health, not much mana on an Ezreal that's into an Ash Braum. The hook lands, it filters through. The solo kill goes out, and they pick up another. This bot lane's in shambles. Bang! Xiaoxi pick up their kills that they needed.
And he slams on the sunglasses, channels his inner Neo, and bends the anchor. How has he done that? We need a replay to see how that landed, because that is a disaster. We talked about how strong this Ash Braum bot lane is, but they've given up 2 kills.
That is the subterranean skin at work, my friend. That is the only skin you should be playing on Nautilus ever, always, because it hits hooks from everywhere.
Let's have a look at how this started. It was just hooks into hook. Xiaoxi showing why we banned the Blitzcrank against him, but he still gets a hook champion, still able to make this happen. It looked a little bit dangerous here, Feng, as you called out. Had to burn the cleanse, was very low health, very low mana, but then as this wave arrives, Xiaoxi finds the angle.
Yeah, and you could even see they were trying to get back in there. You wanted Orca to try and help as best they could. It was just a little bit too slow, and they could not hold the line, and resulting in a 2-0 kill. But now, here comes Pop9. Wants to join in. Flash goes over. This is where you just have to give up. Orca has to flash, but it's not enough. The barrier used, and they can't hold on any longer. They saw the weakness in the chain, and now they're capitalizing, and they're sending their own arrows now, Carrix.
And Xiaoxi just homing hooks, able to just constantly find the right target, constantly bring them in, and another death for Orca. Now it's getting scary. Feng is 2-0 at 8 minutes.
2-0 Ezreal. Now that is an error, Ezreal, I do fear, as the Gnar does come out just to sort of put a little bit of hurt into Ejung. Maybe they're just looking for a reset, but we saw the fight down on bot side. They know that Jax is no longer in the area. Pop9 is going to be just hopefully chilling out, but Hoosh is now saying, guys, let's go get the consolation prize. We've lost a little bit. Let's slow down the pace. And now it's the Void Grubs. But instead, not looking to do Void.
Thinking about it.
Having a conversation with the Void Grubs, maybe like, are you sure you guys want to actually die? Like,
what
you sure?
You guys could play for us.
Yeah.
We
There
could
it
have a
is.
6th and 7th member. But in the end, peace talks have failed. And the Void Grubs have been taken down. Ooh, hello, Arrow. Little bit aggressive. They're fishing from the other side of the map.
Look, I do like a little bit of fishing. Maybe fly fishing is what we're after, but with crystal arrows, they're flying all over the place. Still yet to see one. It is a 0 for 1 in regards to crystal arrows hitting across the map. And Ejung is getting jumped on. Pop9 wants to be here. Counter-Strike is good. Able to get Ejung out of the way. But Hongsu just picked up Jimmy and Xiaoxi just cleaning up with these hooks once again.
Yeah, it looks like this is the Nautilus ult into the hook, and this is going very poorly for Ground Zero. They're kind of just getting pulled apart.
And what was the hope that we were really wanting to see is just a little bit in shambles again. Hook only going to hit a minion this one time. But now, it is all in the hands. 2-0 Ezreal. Let's watch this replay, though.
So, Xiaoxi has roamed up. Jimmy has access to the ult, so I'm really not sure how this happens. It's just a hook into a cook.
Oh, the boiling pot was real, and it's called a between two worlds. Just so unfortunate, stepping up at the wrong time. If you see this Nautilus, you just can't go near it.
No, you really, really can't. Xiaoxi just having an MVP performance for the first 10.5 minutes. GZ still identifying where the tempo is, realizing they can take control of this bot side river and try and play around Dragon, but it doesn't look like DCG wants to let them as another hook lands.
Yeah, so it's only onto a bomb. Orca
now.
looking to swim in deeper waters, but now they're just sort of giving over the contest. Husha is not really able to do this. The volley goes out. It's Crystal Arrow lands and hits its mark. It's going to be enough as the Fisher hits two. Now they're looking for the traders, looking for the 50-50 fight. It's a red team steal. Mountain is secure. Now they're holding on as best they can. Feng picks up another, and they do walk away with absolutely everything. Shun has to flash to survive the fight, and GZ just come up with nothing.
I think DCG might be a little bit upset about how Game 2 turned out, Pike. They've come into this one looking fearsome.
Look, we talked about Florin as well, maybe having a bit of a rough time in this matchup. Yes, that's true, but the rest of the team said, it's okay, we got this, and they are putting the hurt onto this bot lane. Jimmy, he needs to be able to do something. These rotations are not getting in there, but still, the whole team just isn't on the same page. Though Carrick's have been saying it all night long. They got an awesome Crystal Arrow shot here onto Fang. It just didn't really result in anything.
No, it really didn't. And when they play out the rest of this fight, Xiaoxi able to play Bouncer. And it's another hook on to Jimmy and zoning him completely out of the fight. Pop9 wins the Smite fight, and they just get everything they could ever want. Hongshu forcing that flash as well.
DCG really want to head to first stand. They keep saying, I'm going, and here we are. It's still only game 3, though. We have a series on our hand. It's just now, can GZ keep going? Can they get something back? But honestly, DCG 4K gold up at 13 minutes feels so rough.
It is really, really rough, and the only point of power that GZ have is this top side. I think the idea was to try and gank this Gnar, use that Hextech ultimatum, link up with Husha, but things have gone so wrong in the rest of the match. Xiaoxi has been so decisive that they just can't do it. Look at the damage that Pop9's already doing.
Pop 9, those counter strikes are going to hurt. The Triforce is completed, an easy rush for the man. And now they can go and do whatever they please. But still, let's see. They do not know where Florent is. Jimmy's coming up here thinking, hey, do we want to go for a dive? But there's no one there. There's no one there. Florent saying, that's fine. I'm just going to have to give my tower and just see what's going to happen. But the whole team's coming up for it too. So,
yeah, the team's here. They might want to go.
Like the TP's being channeled though. This is just to get out. And then they said, all right, we'll burn it. That's fine.
I mean, it's pretty great though when you're down 700 gold in the individual matchup, just being able to burn the opponent's TP purely defensively. This Camille not able to join the rest of his team for a little bit longer as Feng, interesting arcade shift there, but a fun one nevertheless, able to just control this mid lane. The Ezreal's absolutely massive. And the question just becomes, where is the in for GZ? I think it's still, the plan hasn't changed. It's catch one person with the CC.
If you're 2k ahead as Ezreal with as a 3-0 scoreline, if you're not shifting forward in the game, you're not playing Ezreal right. Any player knows this. Great flash from Ejung to avoid the counter-strike there too. Flora now jumping over the wall, seeing if they can catch him. But Camille is slippery along the terrain. He's going to be able to survive it out, but no, TP burns. It is just a little bit too easy for Pop 9 to lock down that kill.
Yeah, slippery, but not slippery enough. And I was sort of talking about this Camille as the 1 point of power, but clearly not powerful enough. But arrow lands.
Going for it. They're able to take the tower too. A lot going in, and now Soshi is going to be picked up, and a nice lockdown first kill on the board, heading over to Husha.
And that's what we want to see. They were just that little bit overextended. Well, they were under their tower, but I guess that is an overextension in that scenario. A great arrow from Shun to get it started, and they play to their team comp. They isolate one out. They never really were threatening the other player in that dive. They knew you could only get one, and they only went for one. Sometimes that's how these tower dives go wrong, is when you get a little bit too greedy. So I'm glad to see that GZ aren't panicking. They know that they can come back from this.
And you know what? That's called growth right there, because before, in all the other games, they would see that and go, yeah, let's keep going. I feel like they've been sort of slowed down a little bit. Their coaching staff has said, guys, you're just pushing the tempo a little bit too much. Learn to take your small wins and let them grow over time. Yes, we're seeing a dragon being taken, 3rd dragon of the game, Pop 9 soloing it as we speak, but Rift Herald is available too. And I think GZ are looking for the trade.
The trade is online at the moment, and it's interesting because I think GZ are happy enough to get the trade purely because of how this early game has gone. Normally, giving up a 3rd Drake just to get a Rift Herald is pretty disastrous, but the fact that they're able to get anything at all here, I think, is pretty good for Ground Zero Gaming. They need to potentially crack open this mid lane, because in 5 minutes, the fight has to begin as Feng gets out of the way so Xiaoxi can tag.
It lands! The depth charge lands as well. Shot has to flash out of the way, but no, Feng is able to lock it down. They do trade it again. The shutdown is good. That hook hits again. They're sending everything. The charm actually went behind. Hongshu did pick up another kill. They took the tower. What are these hooks?
Xiaoxi, what is going on? Check him, PC. This not normal. He's hitting every single one. It's looking like it's not a skill shot. It's point and click.
Oh, man. And now, no, Ejung says, look, Pop 9, you've been in my jungler's jungle for a little bit too long. They get the flash out, but they do survive.
This game do. This is exciting. Let's have a look at how this played out. It was a good dodge by Feng. But GZ just get caught on the backswing.
What was that hook? What was that? It was absolute nonsense, that hook hit. I need to get a zoom in or something like that. The charm actually went backwards too. This is just...
It's a little bit of a interesting series of events in the mid lane, let's put it that way. But in the end, it wasn't the huge blowout. They did trade back onto Feng. The tower went down, but it was a nice shutdown regardless for GZ, as they are bringing everyone to this bot side play. They want to try and get this tower, and I think they want to kill with it too.
Look, the Rift Herald's not going to do a huge amount of damage. They did get the Void Grubs as well, so they get a little bit more of those Void Grubs coming out, but they look to take bot, but instead they lose their top.
And this is really rough because they've used so many resources. Xiaoxi does get his hook interrupted.
Xiaoxi is picked up. They said your hooks have been doing a little bit too much work. We want to take it out of the fight. But still, look at them pushing on the top in the mid. They've sent everything they can down to this bot side for the side of GZ. And it's just, was it worth it, Carrix, is the big question.
It's a rough question. Was it worth it? I think it was. In the end, even trades when you're behind are worth it. The scary thing is how strong Hongshu is. This is a team comp that has to come into him to an extent. Camille has to jump on to the backside, and if the Aurora is able to just one-shot Ejung, it really knew. Oh my god!
See you later, Shun. Didn't think you wanted to be alive this game, but that's cool. Between two worlds was pretty nice, but now Usher as well, trying to get some damage off. Ejung's just right as the backline looking for Fug. They do pick it up. It's an 80 carry trade and a half, but now Xiaoxi is picked up too. A nice lockdown and a good trade for GZ, if you ask me.
Yeah, GZ super happy with this one. Ejung arrived at the perfect time to turn that into the 2-for-1 in GZ's favor. And the gold lead is still 3k in favor of DCG, but they're slowly working that back. They're still playing with confidence, and that's what I want to see out of them, Pike.
Yes, that is 100% what we want, is just slow it down. Yes, you can speed up a couple little fights, but let's look at this replay and see how this all went down. Shun just overstepped a little bit too much, but that damage instantly was just crazy. Hongq with T2 Worlds, half health to the Ash just then. And again, without the Nautilus being present in these fights to land hooks, it's just a bit of an easier cleanup for them, and they can get a lot for it.
That they can. We come back to live, and Hongshu still incredibly strong. 2.5 items on this Aurora needs to be respected. He's basically a full item ahead of Jimian, and Xiaoxi has just been an absolute monster with the hooks. I'm not going near that Nautilus in the Dragon setup.
Nope. The big belt is online, and I love those belts. They sort of hold my waist together, make me feel a bit skinnier too, but this Nautilus is fat, and that is a fat with a PH because they are hurting. But now let's see if they can keep
the championship belt in this one.
That's it. That's exactly right. Usually it's a Nah with the right skin. The what's that fighting skin line that I actually what's the best? What is that fighting skin line?
One.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the skin line it should be with that belt on for this Nautilus. The barrage goes out. They're setting everything. The ultimatum comes down. Fang is still quite low. The Nah knocks them back. But now Fang is still inside the pit. Now it's all about trying to keep him alive, but no, he's able to get locked down. Fang is taking out Ejung, secured. And GZ took the dragon. They stole it away. It was not the soul. But now, can they hold on any longer? The damage is good. It's not enough. Can you do it? No, Jimian can't hold on, and Pop9 closes it out with a double kill, and it's just looking a little bit rough. You steal the dragon today, but you lose so much more tomorrow.
And it's like there's a bell in my head because I'm getting flashbacks to previous games where the Dragon Steals kept it going, even if they have to sacrifice for a Pot Blossom to get it started. They send everything onto Feng, but it's Florid perfectly managing his Naba, keeps Feng alive for so long, and even though he does go down in the end, Ejung has to overextend to do it. Lovely stuff by Husha just to secure that dragon, but in the end, it's a big fight win for DCG. Pop9 getting worrying on Jax.
Oh, this is one of those champions. You don't want to give them a lead. Yes, the Camille looks strong, but look at that damage on Jax. A 2k ahead of everyone else in the game. What do you do with a counter-strike on your head, the Triforce, the Sundered Sky. It's so much healing, let alone damage from one champion.
And he is not even the main threat. Hongshu, 3 items completed. Again, compared to 1, now 2. 2 now completed for Jimmy, and it's basically a full AP item between these mid laners. That rabbit is terrifying.
Look, there's only one rabbit that I've ever been scared of, and it was the one rabbit from the Holy Grail. This one might be getting pretty close. That's what I'm worried about. But still, it's a lot of damage getting that Storm Surge online. The burst is going to be huge. They're looking to shut it down though, but rabbits are fast. They can get out of dodge pretty easily.
Exactly, and as you know, we've got 2 Australians on the cast tonight. We should know the damage rabbits can cause and how difficult they are to get rid of. As DCG, oh, they're going to catch.
Husha needs to be careful. It's between 2 worlds. Is good. Crystal Arrow does hit. Hongsu is just so healthy in that fight. They took a Crystal Arrow to the face and they said, rabbits like bloody carrots, not crystal arrows. It's fine. And the Baron is now being positioned for. They have to reset. GZ might not be able to contest.
I don't know if they'll be able to get close enough, but DCG, they call it off. They want the fight.
Look, it makes sense. They want to be able to, they don't want to give up their base all too much. The tier 1 does open up the map so much for GZ, but great call from GZ. They knew they couldn't contest, but they could take a tower or 2. So it does stifle that play and force the reset.
Well done by GZ, knowing that a push would get them off the Baron. It was a bit of a risky call by DCG. Able to just return to a holding position. Feng also looking terrifying. We talked about how this Braum Ashe was so difficult to deal with, but the volatility that came out of the bot lane early in the game has gotten to him to the point where I don't know how they kill him.
Honestly, the second they got those first 2 kills in the bot lane, the lane was kind of done. You can still dash away. You're going to have the items on board. The Triforce, again, we got to try Triforce in this game already. Ezreal, Jax, and the Gnar all sitting comfortably with the Triforce, and they're going to be doing so much damage as it goes further on. I do worry for this Ashe and how much relevance they're going to be other than being a Crystal Arrow.
A Crystal Arrow can do a lot, but so can a Counter-Strike, able to get Pop9 to safety. He was thinking about going aggressive, but thought better of it. And now it becomes a game of vision control. We've got 40 seconds on a dragon. It would be soul for DCG. I personally don't want to fight into a Jax with Chemtech Soul, a Gnar with Chemtech Soul. I think that's pretty difficult.
Or a Nautilus as well. Like, it's just the tankiness of it all. That's just going to be way too much for the handle. They're struggling to deal with it right now, and it's going to get worse if they get it. So we'll have to see. Good hook lands. It looks like Orca is going to be shot with that one. But now, can they hold the line? Crystal Arrow again goes sideways, and now they can go for even more. Hooks are there, but look at Pop9 in the Counter-Strike. The ultimatum's good, but it's not enough as Hongsu does lock them down. There's so much damage. Jimmy is running for his life, and E-Junk gets hit with another hook. This is just way too much for GZ to handle. They are in over their heads as DCG are walking down mid lane.
And I need to shout out Florin. He TP'd into that play with the perfect Gnar bar. Able to just auto once or twice, immediately goes for the big double hop flash, gets a massive Gnar into the wall, broke the fight open, and now DCG is getting absolutely everything.
Oh my lord, Fang's attack speed is insane right now. 3 items deep with his Ezreal. There's no stopping. They take the Baron. They open up a little bit more of the base, and now they're looking at Soul. This gold lead just exploded from 3K to 8.5, and they are looking so big.
And let's have a look at how this one came in. It was Xiaoxi throwing what we thought was a meaningless hook at Orca. But so many tools were used, the charm and the arrow down. Florin arriving, as I said, on the perfect Gnar bar. A massive counter strike. And then look at this Gnar.
That's just so big, right into the back. The beautiful between two worlds as well. Hook still landing after the thought, and they just cleaned up. Now it's all about how do you close the game a little bit faster with Baron buff in tow. Soul, this is how you close out a game here, Carrix.
Exactly, and in game 2, the one piece of the puzzle that was missing, Hongshu flashing away, was the dragon stacking, and that was what allowed GZ to get back into it between two worlds, will force Shun to flash, but this time the dragons have been stacked for DCG, they're sold up, they're baroned up, and they're bearing down on GZ.
It's all about how much can they take away, get that Baron power play, getting some extra gold in their belt. It's only at 1k right now. I would not be blast coding into unspotted terrain there, GZ, because you need to be very careful. E-Jung, oh, that does hit pretty hard. But Pop 9, they're going for it. There's the Fisher, it hits. Can they toke out? Yes, they do. The shutdown is good, they get the pick, but is it going to be enough as E-Jung is still going to be taken out by Shorty. But now Orca holding on Pop 9, Counter-Strike goes forward, it's a lot of damage, the Barrage is going to hit, but now they didn't hold on, the shutdown's even better, it's a 5v3, but can they go for more as now Shorty is cleaning up, it's the Nautilus, he has everything he needs, plus more, and Fang is jumping over walls, chasing, the hook threads the needle straight into Ash, Shun has nowhere to go, it's all on Jimmy, and the Fox cannot outrun the rabbit this game.
Chelsea! What are they feeding this guy? This is ridiculous. Jimmy will TP to safety, but DCG turned what looked like a desperate fight after Hongshu got caught out. Feng able to carry it. Chelsea able to find every hook, and DCG look unstoppable.
A whole different game. This is where it's just all flipped again, Carrix. We saw this is great aggression from GZ, but they get the pick and they just collapsed on instantly. Look at where the rest of the team is. They've already found Camille and gone instantly. Shorty is just enabling this team incredibly, but Pop 9 is jumping forward, keeps the fight going. Look at Florin about to get that Mega Gnar. I just don't see how GZ can hold on any longer. Look at Fang, he's jumping walls looking for kills. He's got zero fear. He's like Batman at this point. Just
he
jumping
flashed forward at the
end. Oh my lord.
My, oh my, I've said that so many times. This series is absolutely blowing my mind. I'm just lucky that I get to be here. I'm having so much fun. I'm sure everyone else is too. As DCG, surely they've locked this one up as they push down this top lane.
9.3k gold. They're looking at a tier 3 in the top side. They've got no inhibs just yet to their name. But now let's see if they... Look at Fang, he's still got no flash. Counter-Strike is good. The Barrage lands on the Fox. There's nothing you can do. Hoosh is trying to survive, but they just can't. GZ is just being obliterated in the face of DCG. 9 kills to 23. The 10k gold lead is online, and it is DCG looking for the final game to close out and head towards more. You can dive, you can duck, you can keep going forward, but GZ did not stand a chance in this game 3.
DCG took game 2 personally. That's the only read I can have because they played relentlessly that game. They did not stop. They got those early 2 kills bot lane and they never ever let it equalize from that point. They just upped the tempo, kicked it up into 6th gear. I want to shout out Florin as well. At the start of the game, he was really struggling, but he came in, it was super valuable in the team fight. What a performance for DCG.
Look, and this is the difference, right? It's the later these games go, your champion pool dwindles. It's now how do you work better with your team? DCG just showed they work better. It was a couple little missteps at the start of the game that sort of struggled with GZ, but DCG capitalized. You can see the exponential growth. We hit the 30-minute mark, and it's just done. They were walking down. Oh, the Ezreal into the Aurora is actually crazy. But let's have a look and see if they're going to keep going or go a little bit further again. But maybe not. Let's not worry too hard about where they're going. But let's see what Carricks are they going to be able to do further on. We just have to wait and find out. Game 4's coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, it 100% is. And let's have a look at some of these highlights. I wonder how many of them are going to be Xiaoxi hooks. Maybe 50%? Because he was an absolute sniper. There's a reason Blitzcrank is getting banned in these games. But unfortunately, Blitzcrank is not the only champion with a hook.
No, there's plenty of champions with hooks. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Felios with a Thresh in the next game, but this right here is where it all started to go downhill for GZ. That one double kill in the bot lane was just enough to get this Nautilus feeling real strong, almost fearless, you could even say. And then Fang ran away with it and was punching out all the damage that they needed to do. And that even with a Crystal Arrow, they still could hold on and do even more. The steal here was phenomenal.
The steal kept them in the game longer, denied that soul for just a little bit, but this play in particular, the hooks here, I need to see, what?
I feel like it might have hit, but it should not have hit, because that was kind of
He's in a lolly shop with those lollipops, like...
like, it's almost hard to watch, like, that was just such a good hook. And again, even more hooks. Every single fight we're going to see, it's hook central. They were able to get Fang in this fight, but again, it's all these objective fights. They're always looking for something. They're never fighting over nothing unless they have to.
And I do think parts of this works for GZ. They know what their comp is good at doing. It's good at just picking one target and deleting them. But unfortunately, there were two targets they needed to take out. You couldn't just take out the Aurora because then Fang would carry the fight. You couldn't just take out Fang because Hongshu would take over, and Pop 9 was just this relentless issue.
Oh, that beautiful Gnar, like you said, was just so much. And then they could just chase them down. The hooks again. Every fight is one good hook after another. Ejung here does get the solo kill, and they do lock down Hongshu. But now, is it enough? They still get the Fissure. They wanted to get something done, but like you said, you take one head of the Hydra off, 4 more will spawn, and they will kill you too.
How do we even begin to analyze a potential, or not potential, there is definitely a game 4. How do we begin to talk about it when I think our read from what we thought would come out of draft was still correct? Another hook. Did we just ban 5 supports?
Yeah, I think you kind of have to, but you know what? It doesn't matter, because right now we're going to see where they're going, what they're doing, and why they want to be there. That's probably the way that I'm most excited for it.
Who are you excited to face in the playoffs?
我会的。
This isn't fair. Where are they going?
I just want to know. That's all it is. I'm a caster. It's my job to know things, and I don't. And I'm stressed out, and it's freaking me out, Carricks. That's all I'm going to say, man. We got to go to a break. I'm a little bit too riled up. I got too much adrenaline going on. My voice is cooked. We'll see you for game number 4, guys. The series has been absolutely insane. GZ versus DCG. Is DCG going all the way, or are we going to Silver Scrapes with GZ? You have to wait and see.
Hiện tại là LCP bên ở thời điểm hiện tại thì đã thay đổi cũng như là củng cố rất là nhiều thành viên khác nhau đến từ rất là nhiều chỗ khác nhau, nên là rất là khó đánh giá mọi người, và người lớn nhất thì có lẽ là CFO. Hiện tại thì chưa thi đấu cũng như là chưa có làm quen gọi là bắt lửa nhiều, nên là cũng rất là khó đánh giá. Với việc qua game và mình không làm đội trưởng nữa thì mình cảm thấy khá là thoải mái và nhẹ nhõm, như cá nhân mình phải giữ những thứ mình đã làm trước kia khi mà làm đội trưởng để mình còn được làm đội trưởng cho chính bản thân của mình.
Mình thấy là anh huấn luyện viên mới rất là vui tính và vui vẻ với lại nhiệt huyết trong công việc. Ban đầu thì tụi mình rất là khó khăn trong khoảng giao tiếp, nhưng mà dần dần thì tụi mình cũng đã tìm hướng giải quyết để nói chuyện với nhau nhiều hơn. Nên là bây giờ cho tới hiện tại thì bọn mình đã rất dễ dàng để làm việc với nhau. Mình muốn nói với Taki với mình rằng là đã rời đi thì hãy chìm trong thất bại, người ở lại thì luôn có chiến thắng. まあ、新しく加入したケインだったりだとか、シトラスたくさんコールする選手なので、そういったコールが、それぞれで噛み合っていけばもうどんどん強いチームになっていくんじゃないかなと思います。
そうだな、なんか久しぶりに会ったアリアはすごい冷たい選手のように見えたんですけど、全然そんなことはなくて、僕が体調悪い時にはエビ体調大丈夫心配してくれたり変わってませんでした。他的打法应该比较偏向支援队友的类型，而我是在线上自己做压制。会有啊，想起很多的回忆啊，就也希望他可以跟我一起进步吧。只是说非常期待啊，希望你真的会付出。
没有到那么好，感觉我们的默契还需要配合一阵子，然后沟通的方面也要加强。
我觉得我们算是一个新的队伍嘛，因为其实我们像是 Shadow、汹涌跟厄尔骑士加入，那我们目前也是在处理一些沟通上的问题，然后也很努力在教汹涌一些简单的中文。大家可以期待一下我们的沟通就比去年更烂了。
队伍状况的话，目前可能还处于比较不安定的状况。对粉丝说的话就谢谢你们支持，然后我们会努力的。CFO，因为我们这一队都是跟 CFO 有一些渊源嘛，就是可能是淘汰掉了或者就是不被选上的这样。我是不被选上的。
Đợi em xíu.
Ê này, đi đâu đấy?
Hả?
Game bắt đầu rồi kìa.
Chuột nổ luôn kìa.
Bây giờ chuột lấy tất sát thương.
Em vừa làm gì rồi?
Nhiệm vụ xong rồi kìa, lấy quà đi. Em ở đó làm gì? Đi về đi.
Đi tìm Akasan đi.
Ataka bị xóa rồi, độc bản cập nhật đi chứ.
Đánh thường mà đau ghê.
Đồ mới mà. Thôi không chơi nữa, độc bản cập nhật đi rồi tính tiếp.
やっとラップが緑になったって
初めてこんな長いパッチノート見たなって思って。
我觉得最大改正是任务吧，因为这样前面就换线不了了，只能先去做任务。
すごく ADC は前より強いロールになったと思うんで楽しい。
确实上路有点爽，他船长后面有点油容。现在节奏跟之前完全不一样。
クエストの影響でスタップが起きないっていうので、連戦がより頻繁に戦闘が起きて主導権を得るために戦うことが増えていくと思うので。
Phiên bản này thì sẽ cho khán giả coi được rất nhiều kiểu giao tranh này kia vui hơn mấy mùa trước.
我感觉就是钱会来得很快吧，因为塔皮每个塔都有塔皮，
塔钱也会让游戏进程变快，大家装备会成型的比较快。
Theo mình nghĩ thì với cơ chế trụ khi mà đẩy lính vào nó sẽ có nhiều bông hoa mặc gọi trụ thì khi tụi mình sẽ lấy trụ dễ dàng hơn, tại vì khi đó thì tụi mình gây sát thương lên trụ sẽ tăng rất là nhiều sát thương.
然后2打2的话，我觉得之前太影响游戏了吧，因为每次到20分钟基本上都会在那里挂机。
20分からめっちゃ戦ってたけど、今20分に上がるパロンは今めっちゃ硬いから
簡単になんかタッチできない。
以中路来说肯定是科技强啊，因为阿卡丽这样很快能突发电刑。
新しい一面みたいなやつありますよ。
Tại vì mình đã đánh rất nhiều tướng lên trang bị đó, mình cảm thấy trang bị đó khá là lỗi.
ADC なんでやっぱりストームレーザーなんかすごく強いアイテムが戻ってきたので、なんかやっててすごく楽しいなっていう。
Và mình cảm thấy khá là thú vị khi mà chơi ở phiên bản này.
Read the patch notes.
Go read the patch notes. Please read the patch notes before you play.
Welcome back again. It is game 4, the final night of playoffs. The double elimination Carrix is coming in hot because if GZ do not find their cohesion, they are heading towards that lower bracket because DCG are looking so on fire tonight.
That they are. And of course, the SoftBank Hawks await whoever loses here. Team Secret Wales awaits the winner. And I think every series we have left in our LCP playoffs is unbelievably hyped. It's going to be so much fun. I can't wait to watch. But we've got more games tonight, Pike. How do we even
slowing down.
survive?
I don't know. I'm definitely feeling it. I had a little bite to eat in my break and I'm like, oh, I didn't realize how hungry I was. But in fact, it was hunger for more games, Carrix. There's the bait and switch for you. No, we got Blue Slide being picked by GZ and first pick. So we're going to a very traditional laning, traditional drafting phase. What is your take on that? Do you think they've got a prio pick in mind?
I think 4 games into Fearless, first pick is just super valuable. I think we really just want that every time. We want to just lock up something really strong for our sort of top performing players. I think in that game, the top lane, I think that Camille really, it could have worked. If the rest of the map hadn't fallen behind, that Camille is never getting stopped in the side lane.
Yeah, 100%. And I think that was the big point, right? Is we saw such an explosive game out of the Aurora in the mid lane. Hongshu was just like, I can win this, guys, don't worry. And the damage was just so good. Now we're heading into the banning phase. If we don't see Ambessa, Gwen, we need to see a Malphite. We need to start seeing some of these stronger champions. I'd like to see an Aphelios Thresh game again. We saw it last night, and it was really good.
Yeah, Aphelios Thresh is super strong. Shousey as well. Thresh has a hook. Thresh has a hook for him, and a very scary thing to give over. The Azir remains, but I kind of wouldn't be surprised if the bans don't change too much. I still don't want to give Nico up.
No, probably ban away Orianna too. Yeah, Nico's off the board. It's a good ban to take away. You save it for a game 5, potentially. You just ban out something like a Yuumi, I don't know, and then you're just like, yep, let's just give them all the good champs. That's fine. But I suspect an Orianna here as well. Take away those strong mid laners. It just leaves you wondering what champions are now available.
Champions that are available. I mean, there is quite a lot of the Akali being added to the band. Hongshu as well still has this Yone. He typically uses it as an Azir counter, but again, Game 4 of Fearless with the champion pool starting to get restricted, wouldn't be too surprised to see that coming out. He's been an absolute highlight player on it. And the mid laners are going to have to figure something out because there's currently 9 mid laners banned.
It's so many gone. Like the only ones that really can come to mind, we keep losing the LeBlanc as well. Galio is definitely an option too.
Galio, yeah.
But it's getting smaller as well. Silas is the only other one I can really think of that can make an impact. It's just the champion pool's really dwindling in this mid-range. Honestly, you could just go like a Gragas even in the mid. Just throw some barrels at the wall and just hope it sticks. But really, it's all about these high agency. I think Syndra is going to be picked up this game. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I actually would like to see GZ try and force a Syndra. I think where Jimmian has really been shining has been controlling space. On that Anivia, the damage didn't necessarily come through as much as we might like, but what did come through was excellent space control. And that's something Syndra is able to do, able to just threaten those scatter the weaks, constantly just really playing in the mind of your opponent. I'd like to see GZ force that, maybe not with a first pick, but as this draft develops.
Malphite.
Well, he got nerfed on this patch, but he still does damage.
I want to see a Malphite. I want to see an unstoppable force. Ambessa! I told you, if it doesn't get banned out, it gets picked up, they're going to look at a Gwen.
Yeah, Gwen is the obvious, immediate answer. Just a question of if Florin wants to do it, because the one thing about Ambessa versus Gwen is that is not a matchup you can sit back in from either side. That is fight, and try and come out on top.
And if there's anything we haven't seen tonight, it's fighting characters. That's all I'll say.
Yeah,
These
no,
games
it's been
are
a really
very calm,
quiet series.
very relaxed games. No hope at all. But a Wukong, a forgotten favorite, the Monkey King himself, coming out into this draft finally, hasn't had as much prio in the last couple series as I would like to see, but Kai'Sa is definitely a big one. You could get a Blitzcrank here if you really want it, and Xiaoxi could have an absolute banger game.
Ooh, that is a bold pick. This Kai'Sa being locked in potentially early in the draft. No, they switched to the Gwen.
Yep, makes sense. That's the pick. You need to lock it in early because you can flex the Ambessa into the jungle, right? So the Gwen could have technically gone top if you wanted to have 2 hectic bruisers on your team, but we know it's crazy. Now that the problem, they're like, we'll take it. That's fine. There's another hyper carry. Let's go game 5.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding us that one exists. But Kai'Sa can be hard to play into Wukong. If Wukong kind of just holds back, waits to catch the engage, pretty easy to land a Cyclone on an ulting in Kai'Sa.
Yeah, and then you could just pick something up here like the Leona. You could just go for a hard CC champion or something that's going to give enablement to this Kai'Sa. And if you land a Solar Flare, Kai'Sa can be on you very quickly with that Killer Instinct. And then it should just be a bit of a GG fight over that. So you could look at a very strong engagement. Oh, there's the Yone you were talking about. Jimmy wants it.
This is a pretty bold pick away if they go for it. They do. They don't want to let Hongshu have it. Jimian's going to show that he's got a Yone to be worried about as well. Does Hongshu know what beats it?
Well, a lot of things actually can beat Yone. I'm a Yone player myself. Yeah, Twisted Fate's a pretty fun one because gold card as he dashes forward. There's not much you can really do about that.
It's true. You shut down a lot of the hypermobile, fancy footwork of a Yone by just going, well, gold card follows you regardless. And he's going to lock it in. Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate. Rift. First time in the LCP, the Twisted Fate being locked in for game number 4 against DCG. How do you feel against it? Because I'm looking at the global rotations of this Twisted Fate. They're going to be so big. I'm expecting some big dives.
And I think it's such a clever pick here. The Nocturne being banned out, it tells me that GZ don't want to play against these semi-globals. They're sick of it. But Twisted Fate, this champion we haven't really thought about, we haven't seen come onto the Rift, is able to get Hongshu involved in these plays, show up in the bot lane, show up in that volatile top lane matchup, and just swing those 1v1s into 2v1s.
Look, and something that we haven't really touched on is the jungle matchup right now. We have the Wukong. What's going to go into that? The first thing that comes to mind is Dr. Mundo is available. If it's not banned out, you could have this as your major tank. You do kind of have 2 fighters that are happy to do a lot more damage. So a Mundo, even like potentially a Neferi too, to get that jump onto the back line is possible, but I feel like you need a tank. There's not much tankiness on the side of GZ right now. They are semi-squishy depending on how much damage, but into a Gwen's going to shred this Yone in half. So that's what I'm expecting. There's the Malphite ban, finally seeing it. It makes a lot of sense, but Kalista as well and Sejuani banned off the board.
Taking out those 2 jungle tanks, Gragas could potentially be a pickup. I don't really know how Gragas jungle clears these days. I assume he's still all right. Or still brings a bit of beef to GZ. The Aatrox as well. We've been seeing not a traditional tank by any means, but he's certainly still some frontline.
Zahan as well, another champion, but there's the Rakan being prioritized early. You definitely take that away. Kai'Sa Rakan, definitely a staple combo too. Now it forces you onto something, like I said, probably a tank. Orca needs to lock in something like Leona. There's the Mundo I talked about. It's just all about scaling for this team. How big can they get before they lose the game? So now, if Mundo gets locked in, I feel a lot more confident in GZ's draft.
And Mundo is really interesting here because how do we play around the passive? That's always the question I have for any composition going up against a Mundo. Do we pop it with a Cyclone and then we have a gold card or vice versa? I don't think that's too bad. And Gwen does make short work of a Mundo.
Shen?
Support?
What? Shen support? Are you serious? That's the best pick you can have into a Rakan. Oh my lord, what is going on? GZ are cooking.
They have had this one cooked up and ready to go. I would love Xayah here. I think Xayah is a lights out pick.
Yeah, Xayah is the pick right now. You've already got the Rakan. Leaving it open is kind of crazy, but I love this. And this is Fang on his prime. He loves it. He can do so much with it. I think DCG have a fantastic team comp. Now I'm a little, I don't know what this Shen's going to do besides just be a big shield. I'm lost, Carrigs. I'm lost, and you need to help me out.
Well, it's one of those things where I look at the DCG draft and I go, we've Gen 4 and a Fearless. I think maybe you've assembled like a power level 8 composition. And then I look over to GZ and there's just a big question mark. Because, I don't know, it's Shen's support pike. You can't ask me this.
Carrigs, the best way I can do it is GZ have to win lane.
Yeah,
they have 100%. To win lane. That is all I can really tell you about this. If they lose lane, it's going to be so much harder to come back. But yes, they do scale. Don't get that wrong. But they can't let them have too much in the early game because they can run away with this information. So I'm very nervous for GZ in saying that they're playing one of my favorite champions, or two of my favorite champions, Kai'Sa and Yone. I love seeing these picks on the board. Let's see if they can pilot them to the level that we're hoping to see.
It must be so much fun having your favorite champions actually be meta. Couldn't be me. I can't remember when Kindred last got picked.
Technically, I've been playing a lot of Zed, so let's not worry too much about what I think's meta or not. So
fair enough.
Let's just have fun with it. Relove DCG versus GZ on the Rift, game number 4. If DCG win this one out, they make their way to the upper bracket. GZ, they need the win to stay relevant and take us to a game 5. It all comes down to this.
And GZ just step up fearlessly at level 1. And the question does sort of come in. How do Feng and Xiaoxi play into a Shen support? It's just not something you have much practice into. I don't know if you know when you win.
Look, you're giving really good questions right now, Carrigs. And I'm going to give you another question as to why not? Why not just know when you win is the real question. Because now Hongshu is just blasting Jimmy again. I talked about winning lane. I played a lot of Yone in my time. It's very rare to win this lane.
Yeah, this is a brutal matchup. I think in team fights, the Yone will still get a huge amount of value, but there's no counterplay. You're a melee champion into Twisted Fate. Have fun, man. This is why Twisted Fate top was dominant last year.
It's actually really rough to watch, but that's okay. This is part of the casting career. I'd love to see what is actually happening down bot side, because they are sort of very close knitted on each other. But I think it is just this bit. Look at you, just being chunked out. Like, what can you do, Jimmy? And you just need to hold the line, my friend. Hold it.
One must imagine Sisyphus happy as Jimmy pushes this rock up the hill. It's not going to be fun, but once he gets to team fights, that's where he gets to actually play some League of Legends.
Actually, to be fair, it's once you hit level 6. Level 6 is you do have a little bit more agency because you can just time out a gold card just long enough that if you do get out of there with your E and you pull this... Oh, hold on. John, let's just relax. If you can sort of hold the line, because you got to wait for that countdown to go down. So whenever I'm playing into it, I wait, and then I look to re-engage. And you can go with a Fate Sealed as your main engager, and then follow it up with a lot more of your damage and get that third Q. You can do so much on top of that. So we'll have to see how Jimmy wants to play this matchup in particularly. But I think the Mortal Steel damage will come into effect pretty quickly. I'd like to see what's going to happen.
I will be very keen to see what happens. Speaking of which, we have the junglers meeting in the river. Mundo should be winning this one, but we've seen that maybe there's a bit of mid lane prio for DCG, but Pop9 is just going to run away from this one and just take that bottom crab instead.
All right, and supports are there too, just for a wild ride. Jimian should be able to hold on. Yeah, as levels come in, should be able to hold on a little bit better. It's all about self-sustaining. You get a Vampiric Scepter, you have such a better time looking towards that ball. You do survive. But now it's this top side where we're seeing a Gwen actually sort of starting to lose out to Ijung. I think we talked about this jungle matchup right at the start of the night. We talked about the mid lane matchup. I don't think we've addressed yet. All right, let's not worry too much about that. We haven't talked about Ijung has actually had control over the top lane every game, and a big testament to this player who has had such an outstanding performance even in some rough games.
Yeah, exactly. As I was saying, even in that last game where everything kind of went wrong for GC for so much of the game, the thing that didn't go wrong was Ijung's Camille was really, really threatening constantly. And if it just hadn't been that there were 2 world-ending threats on DCG, I think they can actually do a lot. As another look into the mid lane.
That's all right, but Orc is just being jumped on. Not much you can really do as a samurai that likes to dash around. Is he a samurai? What is Shen?
He's a ninja?
He is a ninja. Yeah, he's got the mask. Yeah, that makes more sense.
It's always been funny with Shen that he's meant to be all stealthy, but he also taunts people. Doesn't?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he lost the memo at ninja school.
Yeah, true. Maybe they've trained him wrong as a joke.
Yeah. They're just like, we don't like you, Shen. We're going to train
continue
you in
training.
anti-ninja tactics. I've been there back in my ninja school. But no, it's going to be an interesting one. I'd like to see how this Shen is going to be able to work in this matchup, especially with the Zyra Khan being arguably one of the strongest bot lane duos in the game.
A lot of pressure coming down onto Florin on the top side has led to a fairly substantial lead early for Ijung. But Husha, investing his time up there, does give DCG a window just to grab this dragon. They should be reasonably happy with how this is playing out early.
Yeah, not too bad. Oh, almost cancelled it. Orca. Could have been a little bit of strife, just losing a little bit of that tempo there. But now, it's all sort of resetting. Again, it's a bit of a slower game too. Gold lead's nothing really too big. It's only 200.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You know what'll happen.
This is what I like to... If the game's slow, I have to caster curse it just to make it flip on its head. That's just how it works. You got to learn that real quick in the game. If I'm bored, I want to cast a curse a bit.
Oh, look, you're punishing your own voice box, so I suppose I'll let you do it as the Gwen ult is coming out.
Yeah, look at the public execution's good, but I think it's just for Ijung to get out of dodge, and the snips are good, but it's just not enough. And at the end of the day, it's just a bit of a wet noodle fight. Wait, hold on. Why is... Yeah, Shorty's just up here.
He's just hanging out. He's
like,
baiting.
This is very ballsy, and now still Ijung could be caught, but it is an Embessa. You do have so much mobility. But, ooh, I like the aggressive. I like the movements in this game. Both supports just trying to have as much impact as possible. And now a TP play is coming back in. That is the Rakan with the Unsealed Spellbook.
Yeah, just using that Unsealed Spellbook to just make sure that Florin gets a nice shove in. Ooh, careful.
Danger is his middle name. His name's
Danger.
His name's Who?
Danger, yeah.
Who Danger Sure. Oh, nice. Getting that third mortal steal is going to be enough damage, as you do have to dodge out the gold card, but we're starting to see it. Picking up those Berserker Greaves is going to be really nice. Just being able to walk away a little bit faster, it's usually the best kind of rush you can get, but Ijung, ooh, cancelling out Florin's back.
Yeah, this is turning into a pretty significant lead here for Ijung. Even with Xiaoxi coming up, trying to help Florin to get better lane position and tempo, it is sort of just Ijung running the show. Pop 9.
Oh, Jimian playing with fire, so confident in this. He doesn't actually have the jungler's support, but he was baiting ever so nicely, making it look like he did have support. And this is where the mind games are so important, Carrix.
Exactly. And of course, if the flash gold card comes in, can also respond with the Fate Sealed, as here's Who Danger Sha.
Yep. That's it. Who Danger Sha.
But it's a quiet early game. I'm joining in on cursing that one.
It is the quietest early game we've had in this entire series. Usually by now we've had at least like 3 or 4 kills. But Who Danger Shah has successfully taken out that. We can't keep doing that. It's going to be too hard for me. But no, Husha has been able to take one-for-one trade of the Void Grubs here. Now it is Pop9 inside the pit too. Orca is here trying to get the stun, but the Cyclone goes off. Let's see if they can do a little bit more as it looks like Twisted Fate coming in for this fight. Jimian wants to be here. Fate Sealed hits one, but it's going to be enough as they are over on the wall. They want to get Pop9, but he's able to get out of this. That's a monkey missing out, but no, the public execution is so good. It locks him down. It's a double kill now though. Going over to this Gwen, you have to be so careful about, and that's not what you want. Both top laners picking up the kills.
There's still a grub alive. They didn't even finish the grubs. That's how intense that fight was. Everyone just has to back off. The grubs are still alive. We may well see a round 2. And this is exactly what DCG wants. 2 kills going over to Florin, stabilizing this Gwen. And it starts with just a bit of a collapse onto Husha. I thought it was just going to be the 1-for-2 grub trade. But GZ thinks that they have the numbers, thinks that they can get here with Orca having priority. But, looking at live, a little bit of a fight. But we'll go back to the replay for now. It's a Cyclone in the pit. Mundo desperately trying to regen, but Gwen doing so much damage. And Ejung does recover just that little bit of the play with a lovely public execution.
They just committed so hard to take out this Wukong. Pop9 was definitely the threat that they want to shut down early. And yes, they got that shutdown, but it's just not enough when your Gwen now has a Haunting guys and more to boot. It's going to be so much harder for Ejung in this matchup because you can get shredded so quickly. But in saying that, let's not forget, that's actually an Eclipse already completed for the side of Ejung. So now, I take it back, that's a hard ambassador kill.
It really is, as even with 2 kills for Florin.
Kill Instinct 4, no way, Shunny is going all in. Nothing else but to go for Fang now too, as they do get the Feather Storm as well, and they can walk out. Husha wanted everything. Nice little game, but that Killer Instinct was sold it on me.
I did not expect that. I thought I'd have a chance to talk about Florin, but no, it is constant fighting. But what I wanted to say is 2 kills for the Gwen, and she's still 400 gold down. Ejung is so powerful.
Yeah, Fate Seal does get him over the wall, even hitting onto the champion. Usually that is a sign that you cannot get away, you're committed to the fight, but instead, it puts him on the other side of the chicken wall.
Oh my, all of these little plays seem like they're threatening to break the game open, but it just hasn't happened yet. We're only 12 minutes in, of course. I'm not expecting the world to end, but after the first 3 games that we've had, it's kind of hard not to be prepping for Doomsday.
Yeah, there's a Doomsday coming. I know it. There's something's going to happen because I'm going to cast a curse it right now and just be like, yeah, let's get it. Let's get a big team fight. 5v5. 4 members on each side are going to die. That's not going to happen at all, is it? No, Carricks, not at all in this one. But no, the dragon is up. Second dragon of the game. It's a mountain. Love to see who's going to get that early priority, and it does seem to be GZ.
Yeah, GZ just seem to have the positioning. They don't want to try and fight that into that one, DCG. They will just split the first dragons. And I kind of wonder if the teams have noticed that that grub is still alive.
Yeah,
I just feel bad for him. His friends are gone.
You know what? That grub needs to deal with it.
Poor guy. He's just a little fella.
That's kind of brutal. They just need to put him out of his misery at this point. Just end him quick. Little grubs, but no, we're seeing a couple of the quests being completed here now. Top side, 80 carry, jungles, all across the board, they're starting to clear on through. The big question here, though, is, yes, it's pretty even. It's a 1k gold lead to the side of GZ, but how does DCG actually do anything more in this game? They need to really look at this Mundo and how to take him out, because he's got a bit of a substantial lead, and he's starting to get some abilities and some objectives on the board.
It is going to be tricky, as you said. Husha on the Mundo is a really, really big issue. I think Florin is the answer. Gwen, of course, deals so much damage. Mundo doesn't really have any abilities to like get out of the scissors. He can tank a lot of it, but he is going to take the damage as Ejung, again, interrupting the back. And this is where the problem is. It's Florin is falling behind in the matchup. Ejung is just controlling top lane, but here we go.
Public execution straight onto the Twisted Fate, who decided to ulti in. Shen came in to match though, and they do turn the kills around. Ejung able to lock it down. The needlework is good. Here comes Pop 9. Looks for the Cyclone. It is going to hit. Flash out of Orca, but the flash goes forward into Ejung. Trying to take him out. It's a good shutdown. Heading over to Florin, but now they're chasing down Husha. They need to lock down this big corporate Mundo. He just got a promotion though, and he does get out alive.
And it's so hard to track that Shen ult when it's coming down during the public execution. Basically gives a free follow-up taunt. And meanwhile, the top lane trade might have been fairly even, but look at the amount of gold Jimmy just got.
Jimmy are now well in the lead in regards to CS, and that is what you want to do. You're a Yone. You can't actually respond to the rotations out of a Twisted Fate, so you sit in lane and you take objectives. Oof.
I'm going to be so real, I thought that I was the Twisted Fate ult. I didn't even recognize that that might have been the Shen ult. I'm sure DCG did though, and this was a good follow-up. Hop 9 at the end coming in to get a shutdown over onto Florin, who's being bailed out of that CS deficit by the fact that he's got 3 kills.
It's just looking, so, yeah, like that's it. Like it's still 25 CS down. Riftmaker is online. It's still so much to have to handle, and although they have vision up in this top side, the Rift Herald is going down successfully to the side of GZ. The 1k gold lead is slowly getting away from DCG.
There's a Rift Herald going down. Husha picking that one up. If they can break open the mid lane, that'll be a really big one for them. Just make it harder for Hongshu to move around in the dark, finding those big Twisted Fate ults. Just trying to force DCG to play a more honest game, because I think at the moment you're winning this League of Legends. As Florin and Ejung, again, just constant fighting.
And why not? You're playing Mbessa, you got a grass, you're able to survive the laning. Yes, this Gwen is doing a lot of damage too, but you can play aggressive as Mbessa. Like, even taking a tower shot there is not the end of the world, because the trade was still so good.
And they, of course, they had Orca lurking as well, something that Orca is able to do. That Shen ultimate coming back up, Stand United back available. He can just be in quote-unquote the wrong place on the map. He can not match Xiaoxi's moves because he can just retroactively match them by having a true global. One of the very, very few true globals left in the game. I think it's just him and Gangplank. I can't think of any others. Not counting like True Shot Barrage, I guess that's also global.
Oh, well, like, yeah, if you're not, like, if you got to count True Shot Barrage and like Super Mega Death Rocket, Crystal Arrow, like there's a lot of true globals. I guess it's like, is the person also going with the ability, or is it just the ability, you know? Like these are the little semantic questions we need to talk about when the game's slowing down, and I want to see kills. Cast Curse once again. But Rift Child being used in the mid lane, looking to break open for GZ. See if they can get any more damage. Nice little charge does go on, but just to get it a little bit lower.
Yeah, just dealing a little bit of damage, getting priority as there's 3 seconds on the Drake. Mundo passive has been popped. TF ult as well. Everyone here for the fight.
Yeah, Jimmy had to TP in. They suspected some foul play, but they do get out, but it is DCG that is going to start up the Dragon. It is another Cloud Soul, which, if you ask me, is pretty big, but no, they're looking to go straight onto Husha. He's pretty low. He's just gone. They laid it on thick and said, good night, sweet prince. You're demoted now. And now they're just looking at Orca, and he's gone as well. Florin is well online, 2-0, and it should be a free Dragon.
It should be. That is a big, big swing there for DCG. They fight back. I thought the prio with that Herald going down would give GZ positioning on this, but it was just Husha caught out. Orca doing his best to save him, but not able to. Now, 2 Drakes for DCG. They've got to be happy about that one, able to just slowly build up these clouds. Also, like, the slow resist and move speed is honestly nothing to scoff at for a Gwen.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely, yeah, I would be scoffing at Gwen anyways. This champion's kind of nuts. Like, it's just a bully, in my opinion. I don't like bullies, but bullies me every time I verse it.
Well, maybe we should both sit down and watch a little bit of E-Jung, because I get cleaned up by Gwens as well. But let's have a look at how this one happened. It was DCG with just a really clever flank over the wall. Husha had no chance to reactivate the W to get any of that health back. Goes down, barely having pressed his ult, and then Orca just no real counterplay for the Shen. The rest of GZ, I'm glad they didn't try and extend fights. I think if this was game 2, they might have tried to play into that one, but the team has had some growth.
Look, and that's what we've wanted to see, right? Now the gold lead's taken a 500 gold swing. Items are coming on board. Twisted Fate's got that Rod of Ages already stacked up with a Lich Bane to boot. So they're going to start doing some damage. In saying that, these 80 carries are getting online as well. Yes, Xayah, Kai'Sa don't really have any kills or anything to their name, just a single assist to boot for both. But Essence Reaver and an Ivori Quickblade is pretty impactful. The attack speed, the cooldown, it's going to be so good for this Xayah. But Kai'Sa's getting ever closer to that Ginsu's, and that is where you're going to be worried. But if it was a steal, that's pretty damn good as they try to get a little bit more. Base seal not going to be used as Husha's trying to hold on. Feather Steel. Feather Storm is good as well. Hongshu does pick up Jimmy and they take out Husha. Public execution into the back line. Let's see if E-Jung can actually clean up the fight a little bit more. But no, it's actually Shun who Killer Instincts into the back line to do damage. And they are not cleaning up this entire fight. E-Jung, he flashed into the wrong bush, baited out Feng to see a little bit more, and it's only Orca surviving to hold it, but the Baron has just spawned. Their whole team wants it.
Well, we shall see. Turn to the back end of that fight. I thought there was real potential with E-Jung getting that public execution to allow the killer instinct from Shun, but the 2-man knockup was just too good. But we'll come back to that when we have a replay, because Baron going down, DCG have full map control, and this is when the value of something like the Shen goes down. He has to be with the team. He can't just try and do these teleport overload plays. If we look at the fight, it starts with a deep teleport, but it's just too late as they call in the play onto Husha. Bang! Moves with real purpose and perfection as they clean it up. This is where I thought things might turn around. E-Jung takes top 9 super low, but look at Xiaoxi. Immediate flash W, double knockup, gives the rest of the team time to rally, and he can't save Pop 9, and there was a very cheeky flash there, trying some 6-pack stuff, but it doesn't quite work.
The big problem here is GZ splitting up the fight again. Close ranks. Why was Husha walking into 3 members solo for a scuttle? It's always a fight over the scuttle. You can't be that kind of a fishmonger. Crabs belong in the pots. Leave them there. If there's that many members, stop fighting for it. Give it up. I know they're important, but you've just given over a Baron, and that worm is worth way more than a crab.
The fact that that fight broke out over a crab is certainly something to study. But this is the LCP where every little thing is fought over, as DCG with the Baron will be able to open up the top side.
And they're just going to start taking a little bit more away. It's only a 1.2k gold lead with the Baron play. 1.5 minutes still on the board. Let's see if they can take anything more, as they do have pushing top, pushing mid. It is just the Ambessa. It is going to be E-Jung holding bot and trying to hold bot. Now you can just see they're strong-arming this GZ roster. They can't really do all that much. They can just clear out the waves, but they've got more inbound. They're just going to go forward and see what else they can get to enable this gold lead to really snowball further. 4.3k gold now. It's a lot for DCG, and they've got eyes on the prize.
And the problem here is how difficult it is to play as a Mundo when you're behind into a composition like this.
Yes.
How do you walk into a Gwen that is this strong? It's a 2.5 item Gwen, or 2 and a bit item Gwen, we'll say. It's a Wukong that's going to live forever. It's a Twisted Fate that's actually going to deal a huge amount of damage. Even though he has gone the little rapid fire cannon diversion, doesn't add to his damage, gives him a huge amount of utility. He has still got that third item. In terms of damage items, he's even with the Yone.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think, but Yone does add a lot of like pressure into the game. Yes, you have the global ulti, you can do a little bit more, but I think a Yone in a team fight can be a clincher. Now that you've got the shield bow as well, you do have a little bit of safety in your fight. We'll have to see what it is, but you're right. The one thing that I'm looking at is this Dusk and Dawn completed on Florin. Usually that's a third item for a Gwen. You go the Nash's Tooth second is usually the play, but they've obviously opted. They want the damage, and Husha is going to start feeling all of it as they cannot hold the line anymore. Florin taking out the Mundo. Double kill going over for this top lane, and it's just spelling disaster. It is play after play after play that GZ cannot hold on to any longer. Tier 2 is gone here, Carrix.
Florin, by the way, was like 40 CS down in lane. But he is an absolute raid boss. 6-0 on this Gwen. As you said, Dusk and Dawn came in early. Just wanted to be able to bring the burst damage onto this Mundo. Husha just can't really have any impact. The champion just doesn't have the tools to play into a super fed Gwen. We see Ejung still has to be respected. This Ambessa is absolutely no joke. But there are just leads everywhere for DCG. In this replay, we sort of see the problem. Florin, he gets quote-unquote caught, but maybe he's the one doing the catching. Jimmy really not able to contribute to the fight, and in those tight jungle corridors, you can't avoid the snip.
Look, the big thing that I saw there in that one particular fight is do not ever follow a Yone if they've used their soul unbound and they're chasing someone really far away, because they're going to get whipped back real fast, and now you're all alone fighting the people this Yone should be up against. That there is a mistake on understanding where they were at, because if they saw that the soul unbound was used, you got to pull back. You can't keep chasing. It's just not logical. So I want to see them utilizing that a little bit more, because Husha is the one that's being left high and dry in most of these fights. And it's the Gwen now, level 16. They're shredding everyone, and it's going to get worse and worse as the game goes on.
Ooh, Public Execution tries to catch Feng. Doesn't quite get it, though. And now this Xayah is even more undiveable. Still has the Featherstorm, still has, I mean, just 3 items of Xayah damage. I don't know how we quantify that one, but we have to figure out some way, because DCG are looking absolutely terrifying.
And Jimmy is now getting caught out again, has to flash over. Orca there did come to help, but there's the flash cyclone going back in. Orca's still being chased out. Are they able to hold on a little bit longer? It's the clone that does get anything they can. Now here comes Husha. If you overextend, I will not worry about it, because I feel like you're not going to. But maybe you do, because they're looking for a re-engage. DCG could be looking for a little bit more. They're not giving up. They bust the shield. Passive is dropped. Now it's about what can they go for. Baron is available here, Carrix.
Baron has respawned 1.5 minutes away from a Soul Dragon. DCG are staring down the barrel of a Team Secret Wales matchup.
I am seeing a very similar Game 3 happening here in Game 4, because the gold is strong, the dragons are stronger, the Baron is available, it's a rinse and repeat, and it's deja vu all over again. Let's just see if GZ can hold. That is all they need to do, is just get one good pick and see if they can make it work for them.
Gathering up around this Baron. Any misstep will be a disaster, and Jimmy might have made it.
That is the mistake we see, and the power of the Twisted Fate coming into fruition. That is their mid laner gone and a Baron ripe for the picking.
Oh, it's a bit of a disaster. Hongshu showing why the Twisted Fate was locked. The rest of GZ is here. Baron has not been
Quickness is
properly
in. The public
engaged.
execution goes to the side again. Carrick's, there's nothing they can do. Pop 9 taking out Ejung. Now they're looking at Husha, who's just a big, meaty boy. But no, Florin is on the hunt, and he's looking for a Kai'Sa. There's no void you can go to, as the needlework actually was predicted, but the killer instinct keeps them alive a little bit longer. Wow, Carrick's, this is a totally different game again that we're seeing, and it's DCG in full control.
Yeah, DCG are running the Rift. There's really not a huge amount GZ has been able to do. They will have sort of the consolation prize of denying Soul here. I don't think DCG are going to be able to get out onto the map to prevent that, but Baron picked up. Soul only delayed. It's not like GZ are actually getting it. Hongshu is here. They might be able to get a fight off the back of it.
Orca, just the disruptor right there, is, Chelsea is looking to come in for this fight, and Shun, don't think he's surviving that one, bud. That's a bummer.
Nope. Yeah, just caught and cooked. Oh, hello.
Oh, okay. Featherstorm's done. Fate Seal just slightly off the wrong spot, but the shutdown is good. Husha, lock you down, but the whole team found the Soul unbound, and now your Soul has gone to a grey screen. The Baron play is still in effect. It's now only just getting the gold, but you can walk down this base. You got 3 members strong. You have a Gwen who does a lot of damage. Now it's about closing it out. Carrick's, this could be DCG heading all the way to see the secret whales. They just killed Orca. That's one whale done. There's another on the list, but the shutdown's good. They took out Florian. Ejung is still alive. He's holding the line, but no, it is now Husha who wants to hold and is going to survive a little bit longer. But no, they could not close just yet, but they're on the precipice of ending out this series.
Ejung does not want to play the Hawks. He wants to go to Game 5, holding on desperately in this game. This Ambessa, the brightest mark on the map, as they desperately hold. It's only the Nexus. Both of the towers went down. They will respawn at some point, of course, but DCG, they will be back in force.
And this damage chart is astronomical. Look at this Twisted Fate, 25,000 to 9k damage. That is insane for a matchup that we knew would win. We knew would have a much easier time into the Yone. I didn't expect it to be that much.
They push down on the bot side. They need to open up more of the base. It is only that one inhib, of course. Not super easy to just go threaten the Nexus.
Not too much, but no, they are starting to slowly walk down. GA has been secured for Pop 9, so being able to dive gives a little bit of agency and safety. But maybe they just decide, hey, let's just keep walking down. There's the flash engage. Is it going to be enough? They take on Jimmy, and he fate sealed out, but it's not going to be enough as the Featherstorm used. Ejung is trying to get into the backline, but he's just shredded away. And that is game and series heading over to DCG here in the playoffs.
Love DCG book a date with Team Secret Wales, and my oh my, the 3 wins that they picked up looked absolutely dominant. What a team Love DCG is.
And you can see they're feeling quite good. Yes, that second game wasn't what they were after, but they knew they had it in the bag. The champion pools were strong. The game plan never wavered, and the communications could not be defeated. DCG are here to play. They are made for this, Carrick's.
Oh, they certainly are. Team Secret Wales, they won 3-1 as well. Both of our upper bracket competitors are off a 3-1 victory. Both of our lower bracket competitors, the SoftBank Hawks and Ground Zero, are looking really fierce. These playoffs, as we deal out the cards.
He's throwing the cards.
Love it.
That was actually so good. That's exactly what you want at the end of a long series. Throwing cards out, thumbs up across the board. Honestly, did you see the first one though? I could not look at it. It was Zoltan, but no, that's a different thing altogether. No, big props up in this top lane. This Gwen held their own. They were behind for so long, and then boom, they exploded out.
They just ballooned the lead. Again, Florin was behind. He actually kind of got beaten in lane. Ejung on the Ambessa had about a 30-35 CS lead several times, but it was constantly able to be played around, and this Gwen just went absolutely crazy. And this was actually the fight where that got started.
Yeah, and that's it. The double kill heading over. Yes, they pick up Pop 9, but Pop 9 is not the threat here at the end of the day. Look how low they are. It was one snip for two. That's a fresh haircut if ever I've seen it. But still, huge player of the match is Florian. Honestly, so well deserved. That Renekton was huge. The Gwen started slow, but came back absolutely fierce. And the Rumble too. A couple questionable equalizers, but Florian, well-deserved MVP of this series, heading towards the upper bracket.
I think Florin, well-deserved player of the match, particularly that Gnar game. Every single time he TP'd in, he was at the perfect amount of rage that he was going into Mega Gnar within the first few seconds of the fight. It's the biggest skill test that Gnar has, is arriving exactly when you're ready to ult. Florin did it every time, and it's just perfect stuff out of him. But frankly, I mean, maybe the bot lane was a little bit robbed. I think maybe Shousey could be arguing that he had a pretty good series as well.
Look, they all had a great series. I think DCG showed us what it actually means to be a team that can communicate so clearly together. And I'm excited to see these guys go up against Secret Whales and what they're going to deliver, because Secret Whales have been a huge force regardless of who they've been up against. But this is a different DCG. This is a team that could rival this and actually be contenders. I want to see them just clean up a little bit of gameplay. It's all about making sure they can get to these objectives fast, because that is the secret for Secret Whales. Their communication is so perfect that they are able to literally read each other's minds. That is where DCG need to get to, and they're getting so damn close. But these kills here, Carrick, literally are telling us a story that they love to go forward, they love to fight, but they do it on their dime. They don't ever fight when they think they're at a disadvantage.
I completely agree, and I think that's what went wrong a little bit in Game 2. The reason that got turned around for GZ was because they started just being able to fight on their own terms, something that DCG didn't allow, as you said, in the other three games. I think Team Secret Whales has to find the way to make them do it. Team Secret Whales, of course, they are a VCS team. This is an organization that knows how to fight and has been brought into many a scrappy series. I think if Team Secret Whales can make it scrappy, that favors them. But DCG showed today that it's really hard to pull them down into the mud.
Yeah, look, and these guys do not like to fight in the mud. They want to fight in the air where they will soar the highest. They are ready and rearing to see what is possible as they go forward even more. But we have so much to discuss. I'm honestly just in awe about this team. Yes, they had that rough second game, but they were able to just get it all done. And they really showed their stuff. But it doesn't mean at the same time that GZ is out of the running. They are down in the lower bracket. They're going up against Seahawks. We'll have to see if we can maybe have a chat with someone from GZ to see how they're feeling going into it after this. But still, I am actually excited to see how this GZ roster is maybe going to clean up a little bit of gameplay going forward so that we can actually see them heading towards the future. That is what I'm excited to see.
As we see, 3-1 in the end for Relove DCG. They have a fantastic performance today. They continue in the upper bracket. They're now 2 wins in a two series wins away from a LCP trophy. And that would be fantastic for an organization that's come in. It's their debut split and they're putting on a show. But Team Secret Wales is waiting for them. We have a look at the bracket. It is the SoftBank Hawks and Ground Zero waiting in the lowers.
It's not too bad at the end of the day. Whichever team wins this match in this series will go up against the losing team of Secret Wales or DCG. We could be looking at a rematch just in a couple weeks here, Carrick, if we do see GZ decide to take on the Hawks, but it could be a whole nother series of events. What is your prediction really quick? TSW versus DCG. Who do you think's taking that home and heading to the finals?
I'm a VCS diehard. I've got to pick Team Secret Wales. They'd put me to the sword if I didn't.
That is all I wanted to hear because I have the exact same agree. Look, DCG, they're looking good, but they're not looking as good as the Wales, and they are heading to open waters, and it is going to be feisty. But we have a nice little surprise. We, in fact, have Jimmy from Ground Zero joining us on the desk to have a quick breakdown of that match. Jimmy, hey, mate, how you doing after that series? It was an unfortunate result, but you played so well.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm GZ Midlane Jamil, and so unfortunately we lost today. I think we made too many mistakes, so yeah.
So you sort of said you made a couple little mistakes. What would you say is maybe one of the key mistakes your team is looking to fix moving forward in the lower bracket?
I think we have to more like, I think Dragon more important right now, so I think we keep playing to easily, yeah. So I think we have to like fix our Dragon timer and don't give too many dragons, so and we don't have too many pressure mid game.
Nice. All right. So looking at those Dragon timers, looking at objective control, getting the communication on the same board. I love it. Now, how are you feeling, Jimmy, in going up against Seahawks next week? Are you a little bit nervous?
C4? SSG, you mean?
Yeah. Are you worried about the next match against the SHG?
Of course not. Of course not. I think we definitely can do more better, and think we can improve more and can beat Lane next week.
Perfect, mate. Well, Jimmy, thank you so much for jumping onto the desk for us, mate. Have a great rest of your week. We'll see you next week for some more games. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Oh, Carrick's. Jimmy gave us a good answer. I think he was bang on there about talking about those Dragon timers. And I think that was one of the major things that they maybe struggled with at the start, and it was just DCG really controlling that state. But it is the end of the night. It's been a long series. Look, Carrick's, give us a final quote. What are you hoping to see next week? And then I'll close this out.
I think whoever has to cast the next few series should be punished just as much as you were tonight. I think they should fight even more.
Yeah, great. Love that. Thank you so much, mate. Well, from all of us here at the LCP, Carrick and myself, thank you for joining us for a fantastic series, and we'll see you on the next adventure. Good night.